Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Science Meets Policy Biotechnology Roundtable. And this is happening on this wonderful day of 4th of December, 2025. My name is Noakip Kimboy. Those of us joining online, thank you very much. Now, this is powered by CGA, Cereal Growers Association. And today we are discussing biotechnology in a different light. Now, the narrative out there, unfortunately for the longest time, has been a narrative of skepticism, where biotechnology is over-scrutinized and we always looking what is happening. But today we are saying that this is a tool that could change the tides of this country when we talk about food security. So how can we make sure that this tool is reaching to the farmers who need them? How can you make sure that this tool is contributing towards dealing with the issue of food insecurity in Kenya and the world? And without wasting much time, I'd like for us to welcome our welcoming remarks, okay? This gentleman is our host. They're the ones who are providing the platform for us to be able to do this, which is very, very important. So once I invite somebody, I know we are still not so many, some people are still trickling in, but let us appreciate them. Let us make sure that they feel warm, okay? So tukiita mtu, tumpigie makofi tafadhali, even as they come up. So ladies and gentlemen, before I call our welcoming remarks, I'm a huge believer in prayer, yeah? So, is it fine if we pray? Is it okay? Let us be on our feet, please. So that when we pray about biotechnology, because you're the God who gives us the ability to innovate and think, and we thank you also for the gift of biotechnology. Even as we discuss on how to shape the narrative better, as we discuss on how this tool can be utilized to solve the big challenge of food insecurity in Kenya and the world. Good time, and may we engage, all of us, in the name of Jesus. We do pray and believe, amen. Your seats, tafadhali. Somebody welcome. You look amazing. Tell them you look amazing. We shall be having round tables every day, all right? So to give us our welcoming remarks, ladies and gentlemen, this will be critical to understand why we are here. Different. So the program has just changed a little bit. I know we are not quite many right now, but we still have some more people coming. I'd like us to recognize those of us in the room. Is that fine? So that just to understand who's present and also to understand those who keep time. Is that fine? So without further ado, I'll start with this beautiful table. Just introduce yourself and who you represent, the organization, and that's it pretty much.
Morning.
Morning.
Joel Ochieng. I represent the Kenya University Biotechnology Consortium, which we lead, and I teach and do research in biotechnology at the University of Nairobi. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Richard Oduor. I chair the Kenya University Biotechnology Consortium. And just last month, I was still serving Kenyatta University as a professor of molecular and cell biology, but now doing other things.
Asante sana.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Peter Orangi from the Ministry of Agriculture. I'm in the Agricultural Transformation Office currently, and I'm happy to meet all of you.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Anthony Kioko. I work for Cereal Growers Association. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kioko.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Simeon Ochio. I work for CGM. Thank you.
Where I head the Biotechnology Research Institute
at the institute, where I head the Biotechnology Research Institute as the institute director, but I also do things on biotech, that including chairing the Biotechnology Technical Committee at Kenya Bureau of Standards, and also chairs the Africa, so at the African level, I chair the Biotechnology and Organic Agriculture Technical Committee. Thank you.
Asante sana.
Good morning, everyone. My
Morning.
name is Joyce Karanja, the Executive Officer, Seed Trade Association of Kenya, STAC, which is the umbrella association of seed companies doing production, multiplication of seeds, and our main mandate is to do advocacy for policy and regulation to ensure that we have conducive business environment for seeds. Thank you. And maybe just to mention, CG is a member of STAC, and Mr. Anton Kiyoko is one of our board members. Thank you.
Asante sana.
Hi everyone, good morning. Representing our Executive Director, Mr. Gerald Masila of the Eastern Africa Grain Council, EAGC. My name is Festus Pole. I'm in charge of policy and trade at the Eastern Africa Grain Council. Thank you. Hi, Mr. Kyoko.
Asante sana.
Good morning, everyone. Susan Kambi, CG holder.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mwende. I'm from Kenyatta University School of Agriculture. I am representing Professor Maina Mwangi. I am the chairperson of the Department of Agricultural Science and Technology. I am in dryland agriculture and agricultural rural development. Thank you.
Asante sana.
Good morning, Mara Karanja. I'm a stakeholder.
Good morning, Christine Gathara, part of the stakeholders of CG.
Asante sana.
Good morning, Nimrod Mwangangi, CGA stakeholder. Thank you.
Asante sana.
Hoping you'd skip me. Okay, I'm Dennis Otieno. I'm an agricultural affairs reporter from Citizen TV. Thank you.
Asante sana, Dennis.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elias Ouma. I'm an advocate in charge of all biotech cases in Kenya at G&A Advocates LLP. Thank you.
Asante, Elias.
Good morning. I'm Emily Kigume. I'm a lawyer interested in this conversation, and that's why I'm here today.
Asante sana. Naona lawyers wako meza moja. Asante sana.
Raned friends.
Shalom, everyone.
Shalom.
Daniel Wangombe is my name. I'm representing the Executive Director, Caritas Executive Director, Father Peter Kiari. Within Caritas, I head the Food Security and Livelihood Docket. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ashley. I'm a guest of Willis, who is representing East Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. We're almost done. Beautiful.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Kimani Shege, a science communication consultant. I also run an organization called Sayansi Mtaani. I'm happy to be here.
Asante sana. Sayansi Mtaani. All right. I think everyone has introduced themselves except you, sir. There is a gentleman here. He has not introduced himself. That will be last, then we begin our program officially.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Roy Mugira, Senior Manager, Program Development at the African Agriculture Technology Foundation.
Okay.
Thank you, Noah.
Thank you very much, Roy, and asante sana. So, really appreciate the technical crew. We would have asked you to represent you, and introduce yourself, but we don't have much time. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to this critical engagement. And I think what we expect at the end of this whole session is a way forward, because we've done too many meetings in this country, okay? So the thing is, what will be the way forward when it comes to biotechnology adoption by the Kenyan farmers. And the whole goal is to solve the challenge that we're going through, this issue of food insecurity. So how can we leverage on this particular tool? And to set the stage for us this morning, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome us to this beautiful roundtable, please put your hands together and help me welcome CEO, Cereal Growers Association, Mr. Anthony Kioko. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. Hadi afike. Yes, Mr. Kioko, karibu sana. I love the youthfulness. We had stairs on the other side, but you decided to step up here. That is power. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Is this on? Thank you. Good morning once more. Good morning at the back. Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, our MC, for this morning. And again, thank you so much for creating time to come. I was just talking to colleagues out here, and I was saying that at this time of the year, the last 2 weeks of the year, there's so much to do that to get someone to create time to come to a meeting such as this, it's a huge sign of honor, and we want to appreciate you. So like you've heard, my name is Kioko Anthony. I work for Cereal Growers Association, and we are your hosts for today. And we just want to thank you and appreciate you for coming, and also revisit this conversation that has been going on for a very long time. When I look around the room, I see colleagues, friends, and generally professionals who have walked this journey for a long time. And we want to ask ourselves what it is that we can get to do today that could increase the speed a notch higher. You know, someone was reminding me the morning that of this saying that says that when the bush is on fire, the chameleon must abandon the walking style of his ancestors. Meaning that things must change when they must change. And the moderator just mentioned about food insecurity. And we all know that even as we have talked about this topic for a very long time, I was seated next to Dr. Roy Mugira, and he was showing me a slide of pictures that on September 25th of 2008, that's about 17 years ago, colleagues in this room, including myself, we were at KICC launching what we were calling the BioAware campaign. And the launch was being overseen by the then Minister for Agriculture, the current President, His Excellency President Ruto. And at that time, we were talking about how we need to move with speed and make sure that we all benefit from this technology. But then, what has happened is that we've kept walking like that chameleon I just mentioned. And we have had conversations after conversations, talk after talk, exchange visit after exchange visit. I remember meeting our friend, an expert in this field as well, Dr. Steve Mugo. Many of us in the room would know him. And we were just reminding ourselves of an incident, one particular incident. We were in South Africa, I think it was 2010. And we had gone for an exchange visit there to see how farmers were benefiting from biotechnology. And one of the farmers, a smallholder farmer actually, asked us, I must admit it was embarrassing, how many delegations will you Kenyans send down to South Africa before you actually do something about this technology? I still remember that. And so we are hoping that today we can change the narrative. We purposely invited a very small group of actors, the people that we think are the foremost thought leaders in this conversation, the people who have probably the greatest responsibility in helping the farmer, the smallholder farmer particularly, to understand the science and interpret what it is that is behind the big words, and then how that translates into a solution that the farmer can get to use to deal with the challenges that they must deal with on a daily basis, whether it is pest and disease pressure, whether it is the challenges around drought, low yields, and so on and so forth. And therefore, today, we are hoping that it's going to be a candid conversation. We're going to help us to be on the same page so that in subsequent conversations, as we go forward, we are going to be at a point where we can freely and confidently promote this technology, not necessarily blindly, because we've all admitted that it's not like there's one single solution that's a silver bullet. But what Kenyan farmers need, and I hope there's going to be an opportunity where some of them are going to speak for themselves, they want opportunity. They want to have access to technologies that they must use. They want to have every tool that they need in the toolbox so that on occasion when they need to use one tool, when they want to deploy one tool for a particular reason, they do not face restrictions. And so I invite you to this conversation. I want to believe that it's going to be a fruitful engagement, because I've listened to many of these experts in the past, and I know the depth and the wealth of knowledge and experience and insights that they have, and I'm sure we can all benefit this. Those are an urgent conversation. I'm asking that we help the country move forward, and I'm sure you are all up to the task. Otherwise, thank you so much, and I want to allow the conversation to proceed. And somebody was signaling me to say whether everybody in this room actually knows what CGA is. And let me see by show of hands, who is hearing about Cereal Growers Association for the very first time today? Or who thinks that they do not know much about Cereal Growers Association? A friend from, a number of people, and therefore, that is important. So let me just say, and in fact, I can as well talk about this now that my director, Professor Miriam Kenya, just walked in. At least you go back knowing that I actually promote the organization that she's a director in. Karibu sana, Prof. So, Cereal Growers Association, as the name suggests, we are a national farmer organization. We work across the country. Currently, actively serving about 700,000 farmers across 30 counties. We're based here in Nairobi, but then we have staff, technical staff in the field. We have currently about 130 field agronomists who are serving farmers across the country. And what do? We do 4 things, basically. Part of it is what we are doing today, which is policy advocacy. We hope that through conversations such as this and others, even in the field and the county level, that the farmer's voice is able to get heard in rooms where policy discussions are being held. The second thing we do, we support farmers in technical support services, largely on technology transfer. And the idea is to ensure that farmers not only are aware of what technologies are available, but they have the knowledge to deploy such technologies in the most optimum way. And the third thing that we do is economic services. So we link farmers to opportunities, say in collective market access, input access. In essence, helping farmers to take collective action when it comes to everything from farmer training to market access and any service that is in between there. And the fourth thing that we do is information sharing. So lots of data that we work with to help farmers make decisions, but also use the same data to help policymakers make decisions whenever they need to. Otherwise, thank you so much, na karibuni sana. I want to hand it over to our moderator. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Let us appreciate Anthony Kioko. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. Yes, CEO, Cereal Growers Association. And now to set the stage for us, I see time is really running. This gentleman will help us understand where we've been on matters biotechnology as a country, where we are right now, and hopefully where we hope to be, if at all we are to leverage this tool for the betterment of this country. So ladies and gentlemen, from the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, please help me welcome Dr. Roy Mugira. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali hadi afike kwa stage tafadhali. We can do better. And thank you, Dr. for running a little bit. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Noah, and thank you, colleagues. It's a delight to be invited here to set this piece. A quick correction, I am with the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, AATF. I think there was some old information on that. I left NACOSTI, and also I left NBA. Thank you. I have been asked to set a stage. I have a photograph that I intended to screen, but I will not do that because of time and the logistics required. But that photograph shows the late President Daniel Arap Moi signing the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety in the year 2002. Now, you can calculate and see how many years that one is. I will make that photograph available to the technical team so that it can be put in some site where we can see that picture. But to say a little about myself, and as I thank the organizers for finding it fit to ask me to set the pace, my immediate former life, I have been the CEO of Kenya's National Biosafety Authority, the authority established to regulate the conduct of business in genetically modified organisms. So I was at the center as a regulator. Before that, I served at the National Commission, I think that is where the information came from, of Science, Technology, and Innovation, as an advisor to government on matters science, technology, and innovation. I'm giving my CV so that you can see that I'm fit to set this pace. At the moment, I am serving as the senior manager in charge of program development at the African Agricultural Technology Foundation. Now looking at Africa in the context. Now AATF is a non-profit organization, and our business is the smallholder farmer. And what we do is to make technology available to the smallholder farmers. All cross-border technologies, AI-supported technologies, drone-supported technologies, and specifically and strongly modern biotechnology. So our agenda is to put these tools in the hands of the farmers, and more importantly, the smallholder farmers who matter most when it comes to agriculture in Africa. So I have therefore come from regulating. You know, a regulator role is very uncomfortable. You are asked to stand at the door and determine who comes in and who stays out. And it is not good because some of those that you ask to stay out will not be very happy with you. And those who you ask to come in, you're allowed to come in, will be very happy. So it's a difficult job. I'm happy now because I'm doing a job that is allowing farmers to pick these technologies and use it. I want to go down a chronology of events that happened in the journey of biotechnology and biosafety development in Kenya. In 2002, that is how many years ago? About 23, 24 years ago, Kenya signed the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety. That is the photograph that I'll be sharing online so that we can see it, the former and now late President Moi signing that document. What that says, and in fact, Kenya was the first country to do that, to sign the Cartagena Protocol. And the Cartagena Protocol is a global framework that regulates the conduct of business in living modified organisms or genetically modified organisms. In essence, we were saying 23 years ago that as a country, we are ready, we want to be part of this, and we want to be regulated within the framework of the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety and the Convention on Biological Diversity. So you can imagine to be able to negotiate a global protocol, it takes a long time. And even before that, to convince your government to sign it, it is another long process. So you can extrapolate backwards and say from 2002, how long ago did we start this conversation? And then we'll see where we are at the moment. In 2006, we published the National Biotechnology Development Policy, a policy document. I'm glad we have colleagues from the Ministry of Agriculture to spell out the agenda of Kenya in modern biotechnology. I'll just quote one statement in that policy document, and it says that Kenya aspires to be a key participant in the biotechnology agenda in 10 years. 10 years from 2006. That should have been 2016. Fast forward, in 2009, we enacted the law, the Biosafety Act. Again, going to say that we are ready, we are set, we shall do business within this legal framework, and we want to do business of biotech as a country. A number of applications have been approved and work is going on within the labs and confined field trials. But then, in 2012, the government imposed a ban on importation and use of genetically modified foods. And then we got stuck there. Even within the ban, we still approved the commercial cultivation of BT cotton, which is a GM crop variety that is enhanced to resist a pest, the cotton stem borer. So at that moment, even within the ban, it was seen important to approve the cultivation of cotton, BT cotton, so as to contribute to the industrial development agenda of the government through the cotton textile apparel value chain. So you can see, therefore, this technology has been seen to be good and has been seen to contribute positively, because even within the context of the ban, a product was approved which is being cultivated even as we speak. In 2022, the government lifted the ban, and we said, wow, now we can get into farm fields and get this technology into the hands of the farmers. But then, Kenyans, I think that is the cost of democracy and the rule of law. Kenyans went to court, the court pronounced itself, orders were given, don't cultivate, don't import, don't use. We fought those orders in court. Another petition was put in the Environment Court. Fortunately, the Environment Court made a ruling and said, we have a framework that is enough to assure safety. Moments later, the High Court made a pronouncement and said, we are relying on that which was already ruled by the Environment Court. The petitioners were not happy with that. They went to the Court of Appeal. The matter was being heard yesterday. So as late as yesterday, we are still in the back and forth within the corridors of justice, trying to find out whether we can step forward. In the meantime, the farmer is languishing in the devastation of pests. The nutrition, people that require special nutrition cannot access enhanced crop products. And one of the areas that has suffered most, I had the representation from the seed sector, is the animal feed sector. They cannot access affordable feed input to make animal feeds. And therefore, animal feeds are very expensive here in Kenya and cheaper elsewhere. That is why an egg will come from a neighboring country or even a far-off country, come actually by air from someplace in the south, and it will retail at a price cheaper than an egg that was produced in Machakos, because our feed is too expensive. So we're there, things are going on in court, we are making one step forward and several steps backwards. I'm glad that Mr. Kioko spoke about the chameleon, and what we are seeing is that movement of the chameleon. You know, do I touch? There's something we used to say in my mother tongue. I think it will not be applicable here, but what the chameleon is saying is niende, nisiende, then it goes back a bit. We are making steps forward, and we're making steps backwards. And that basically is the reason we're here today, so that we can ask ourselves, what will it take to turn the conversation, to turn the narrative, so that this very important tool can find its way in the farmer's toolkit. Thank you.
Asante sana. Let us appreciate Dr. Roy tafadhali. Asante sana daktari, and my apologies for referring you in a historic format, okay? And that is the former you. And now you're Senior Manager, Program Development at AATF. So thank you very much. That's where we are. So we are like a chameleon. Tunaenda mbele, tunasonga nyuma kidogo. And we need to do better as a country. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to have our first session. And this one is quite interesting because it touches on, when you talk about biotechnology rather, you know, sometimes it's framed like a foreign thing coming into the country. Oh, these guys are bringing this and it's going to harm us. But ideally, this is technology that we are developing within the country by Kenyans, for Kenyans, and to serve the Kenyan farmer and the Kenyan population. So the question is, what is the gap right there? And what are some of these technologies that have been developed within the country that we can leverage, utilize for the better of our people and for us to achieve food security at the end of the day? So we're about to start our first session, and this one is on science, farmers, and market. And this one will highlight, of course, homegrown solutions for Kenya's food security challenges, which is quite interesting. We'll start with the keynote, and thereafter we have a panel. So ladies and gentlemen, for the keynote, please help me welcome Professor Richard Oduor from the Kenya University Biotechnology Consortium. Beginning makofi tafadhali. Professor looking sharp. And today we have lots of professors and doctors in the room, the highest gathering when it comes to PhDs in one room. Over to you, Professor. Enjoy your presentation.
Well, thank you, Noah, for that introduction. Allow me to kick this off right away.
And even as we sort the technical issues, remember later on we shall have a Q&A session after.
Well, my name is Richard Oduor, as they are sorting it out. I'm a professor of molecular and cell biology. I keep introducing myself as the guy who makes GMOs, so that at least you have a face. And those faces are also here, many of them, who make GMOs. I was serving Kenyatta University as the registrar in charge of research, innovation, and outreach. And I'm professor of molecular and cell biology in the Department of Biochemistry, Microbiology, and Biotechnology. I chair the Kenya University Biotechnology Consortium, and my secretary will be moderating this session. And currently I serve the Kenya Biovax Institute as the general manager in charge of research and tech transfer. And what that organization does is to use the modern biotechnology now to make drugs. And there is a reason why I'm saying that, so that we get the nexus. I am personally very tired to see certain faces, particularly in our country. If you look very carefully, are we on? Oh. Wonderful. If you are not annoyed by now, you should be. Because these faces describe what we go through as Africans. I don't know why we feel very comfortable when our cows are dying just because some drought has decided to pass across our country. Because we are unable to figure out how to irrigate and get animal food, or animal feed for this matter. We are happy as Africans to allow small little things like the pests to roam around, enjoying the food that we eat with them. And we are very comfortable as a people. And it doesn't seem to even bother us. While we are able to inject ourselves and vaccinate kids at birth and have those stuff in their systems until they age. But just a pest, we are unable as a country and a continent. Because Striga has decided that it wants to feed from your maize, sorghum, from your millet. It's just parasitic weed. Its work is to get the roots there, suck the nutrients off your maize. You won't get products out of that. But we are very comfortable. And we must blame all of us in this regard. Why? Because we have farmers who consistently suffer. Their cows die, the pests are here, the weeds, the diseases are here. But do you know those very farmers are also very conservative? They are the same farmers that still want the seeds that their grandmothers were keeping, smoked in the granary. Same farmers. Then we have a market that has, that is insisting that the demand for food is real and it's not being matched by the supply, meaning we need to produce more. And that is where industry plays. Then that industry must be blamed equally, because that very industry has not deliberately also invested, and I have worked in the university, that industry has not invested in this technology just like the other parts of the world where industry picked and they drove this technology. But we also have the scientists as people who are very trained, very trained. We have done these things for years on the top notch. I'm currently doing a research of genome editing with the MIT, worth 1.5 million USD. MIT is one of the topmost, if not the topmost, here in Kenya. So if there is any other place you want us to go to learn this technology, where you think you can believe, please send us. We are willing. This technology is doable. But we have scientists who are trained but are not overly motivated. Look at me, I've been seconded now to go to Biovax. I'm living this stuff, by the way. And I'm not alone. Many of them are living. So what am I saying? You have scientists who are not motivated. But unfortunately, we have a regulator, and they cannot be excused from this as well, just like all of us. We have regulators. When this whole problem started, how I wish that the regulator picked this technology with the right attitude. Sadly, we had to smoke the regulators off, and this is how we did it. You see, regulators must figure out that for an authority to be established, it means that the government has accepted the technology, only that it has to be regulated. For instance, when there was a ban in 2012, I know our regulator was young that time, 1 or 2 years only, because they started in 2010. Clearly, they were young. But that is where it all started going wrong, because the regulator needed to go straight away to court, straight away, to challenge the very government that established it and say, listen, and listen good. You are not going to put a ban on things that we are regulating. Why? Because regulation is not a sin. Because, for instance, if you are putting a ban on GMOs, for instance, what does that mean? That the GMO has now joined groups of, it's now considered as in the same group where cocaine is, mandrakes are, the heroines are, because they are banned. So it stops being a regulatory issue. It needs to go to the police. And therefore, there is no need to have a regulator to regulate a banned thing. They had a basis. And I, and led, and Joel is here, we had to petition government in the parliament. And if you want those information are here. We missed that point. And for that reason, we are here. Because how do you sit pretty as a regulator when the product you are regulating is banned, and there are some people like myself, professors, who are teaching students in the university the same banned technology, and I'm paying salary. You see the hypocrisy here. So, is there somebody out there who is training how to smoke cocaine and they are paid salary? Because those are banned things. So as a country, the QUC, Commission for University Education, had a problem. Why are you allowing a curriculum to teach people biotech that is banned? The regulator, why are you still here? Because this function has become the police function. Okay, KMA, why are you people, the medical field, why are you people prescribing insulin that are GMO? And nobody's complaining. Then you come to the students, they are saying, why are you training us these degrees to go out and we can't practice? We messed it. And I want us today to figure out and say, we are in this together, we have to move fast and move fast, very fast. And why is this very sad to me? And we have an option. I hear people talking, we have an option to just go back and do the organic approach. Do you know, this is how we used to feed our people. We can still go back there, good people, if you think we can succeed. We can. Let's go to the field. You will be very disappointed because you will find that the climate change has already cleared your bushes where you used to get your forest. You will realize the disease is here for the insect. We can't feed through this method. For that reason alone, we need to get modern biotechnology done. And it is a very simple thing. You just need to apply scientific techniques, modify your plants, modify your animals or microorganisms for their best application in agriculture. And what is the purpose? To improve productivity. Period. It's not difficult. So that you hear people here saying, this modern biotechnology is GMO. Do you know the cauliflower that you are eating, the cabbage that you enjoy, and our ladies must tell us why they don't like it, because in terms of genes, we don't see it. That broccoli and the skuma wiki that we saw like, do you know that over the years, that skuma wiki came from this wild mustard? You know that this is how it looked. This is the ancestor. This is wild. But all those things you are eating, and nobody's complaining, has been actually gone through the process of, breeding, selective, for purposes of them becoming what they are. Nobody talks about it. The maize that we claim here that, our maize, grandfathers keep them smoked up there. I lived with my grandma. A few years ago, that maize was actually looking like that. That's more like teosinte. Some little thing that can't feed anything. Then this, Prof. Kenywas and the team, those are major, serious breeders in this country and beyond. Over with those technologies, those ancestral, the scientists who went through the breeding and over time and gave us the maize that now we have. Then you will hear us saying, our maize, the ones that we have, traditional, whatever, who will protect it? Do you know right now? And it will happen shortly, and I mark my words. In the CBD, I'm just back from COP30 in Belém in Brazil, and I can tell you, this thing called data sequencing, CBD stuff, when Mexico will one day decide, because that teosinte becomes, it's theirs, and they wake up one morning and say, we need to be paid globally for any country that is enjoying maize, because that is our genetic resource. What will you do? Good people, this technology, we must wake up rapidly and start appreciating. And therefore, let me break it down. What is this GMO that everybody is here? And please, if you're in this room and you will leave without understanding this GM thing, please get me, because I'll leave shortly after probably this. We need to discuss this matter. This GMO is the most basic science there is, and so direct and precise. Because the question here is, if I give you, and let's be realistic, and I've scanned the room, there is no any person who is under 18, so let's talk stuff. If I give you sperms, and you are generous with your ovum, and I mix them, what do I get? I get a zygote. So by the time I give you a sperm and an ovum, do you see the hair? Are there nails? Can you see the legs? Are there hands? Are you able to see it from a sperm? Where does that pop up from? So that this small little thing that looks like a tadpole and this round thing called ovum mixed together, within just 9 months, just give it 9 months incubation period. You will be amazed on where the nails will come from, the hair, the eyes, and you start asking yourself, where were the nails? Those nails are in the genome, in the genes. And therefore, this slide that I'm now showing tells you something about in the genes, there are only 4 letters, good people. 4. A, T, G, and C. And for those people who are deep into this science, occasionally that T is replaced by some U. And I don't want to go to the science. But in the genome, those are the only letters, nothing else. So the reason why a mosquito, in anything that is alive, be it a mosquito, maize, housefly, and that is why when you are killing housefly, you are actually killing a near neighbor. That's a friend. When you are killing that housefly and a mosquito, they also only have in their genome ATGC. Those are your relatives at the genetic level. They are. Now, the reason why they are different is in terms of the sequence of that ATGC and the number. It can be ATGC, ATGC, GGGCC, but all those are the only 4 numbers. Others have more than others, and human beings, me and you, in our DNA, we have 3.2 billion of those numbers, ATGC, repeating themselves in a certain sequence. And in a cow, there are different numbers and a sequence. That's the only thing. So at the level of the genome, you can actually remove ATGC of a mosquito because the A in mosquito is the same as the A in human being. And you can actually move that set to put it in the genome at the level. And how do you know? There is something called sequence. No molecular biologist touches the genome without sequencing so that you know what you are picking. When you are eating ugali and beans, you are only picking carbohydrates, by the way. You don't eat maize because you like maize or ugali. It's because you are picking carbohydrates. Beans because you are picking proteins. So what do we do? Remember that proteins and beans that your body requires and proteins that the body requires is also captured within a section of ATGC somewhere in the genome. So clearly, if you have an ATGC, you can comfortably pick that, put it in a bacteria. Bacteria will produce for you proteins, and you drink it for breakfast, and you go. It is okay. It is what we are calling now 3D meat printing that is already happening in Israel. It's in the market. So let's not complicate this science. The first GMO was commercialized in 1994, 31 years ago. Making one GMO takes 20 years. Add to the 31, that's 51. Then the science developed another 20 years. We are talking about a 70-year-old technology, as if it is now so new, and we want to look good about it. There is a problem. So, the same way, this is how I usually break it down for people to understand the genome. Genome is just like the alphabet. If I tell you to write your name here as Joseph, you will not go to pick an R to start writing Joseph. You will go and pick a J and look for where O is and go to where S is. You cannot write Joseph by going to L and you have a Q. So genome editors, we know what to pick and it is where. And that is why, and the impact is different. The same alphabet, you write a letter and you promote your stuff, they are very happy. So it means alphabets can make a human being do this, jump. The same alphabet means you write a letter, suck that stuff, you will see this happening, the same human being. What that means is that the alphabet also has the power to give you this. What then that means is that the alphabet must be controlled so that you don't go on scaring people with the alphabets. And do you know how I joke around it? I say, if you look at in your pocket right now and I tell you it is your turn, you will pull that thing, and when I tell you, will you be scared? No. But when I give you literature review, I tell you, do you remember so and so? Yes. You remember the former whatever, even the leader of the opposition, whatever? Yes. You remember what happened? They are dead. It is your turn. At that particular point, that letter will make sense. You will be so scared because of alphabet and the environment. That is how DNA works. A DNA must be placed within a context where the central dogma thrives so that it is able to produce for you the impact. Good people, let's not waste time. But so that you know, this technology we are discussing here for 71 years, in health sector, it was done a while ago. Insulin is produced, human ATGC have been produced to put into E. coli bacteria to produce insulin. They are enjoying it. Ebola, ZMapp, transcribed in actually expressed in transgenic tobacco. They are enjoying it. Gusher's disease, the disease of the degenerative of the maize, you know, the bones, they have already expressed it in carrot cells. They are enjoying it. Recently, COVID, everybody was here and we queued for those. The thing you are queuing for is from RNA that is focusing on the spoke area of the epitopes of the virus. That is the farthest I can go into that science. Let me just hold on to that point. So why is it so difficult for us to enjoy this thing? Because of very, 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 very basic things. And we must stop this if we want this technology to go. Apparently, first of the things that are very unfortunate is Africans think that it is somebody's out there that wants to kill our population. So we are so scared that this thing we call population. We love it. We think that somebody is scheming to kill all of us. And it is a narrative to slow you down as Africans. Please understand me. There is nothing wrong with high population. Actually, for technology to thrive, you need better population because that's what allows and supports scalability. And there is data. China can trade within itself without looking for any other person, and it is okay. India can do the same. We have evidence that population is important for scalability. So don't be scared with this, your population. And nobody actually is interested because this population we think is a lot is cascaded into small, is fragmented into small little things. Kenya has its 52, Uganda has its 30, whatever. So it's not useful until we look at it as a single population. Then we think that all the diseases must kill Africans. We are the people who are scared. So if you eat GMO, you are going to get cancer. Then we are thinking that, okay, neocolonization, these people with the new technology, they want to neocolonize us. And these words, we call them, food sovereignty and all that. I'm just from Korea 3 weeks ago. Korea was equally colonized by China and Japan. But you go to that country. So this madness, and we must stop it. This neocolonization narrative, we call them mental models to slow us down so we don't pick technology. Then the IP. We talk about IP as if there are a lot of innovations that are coming from from our research labs. There is very little because they are not even motivated. Let's pick IPs. Where we should go probably right now, deeper, is tech transfer. You have an IP, yes. You picked it from the US, yeah. We want to buy it. How much is it? because we don't have the time. Then we go that tech transfer, we will be doing something. And then we think we are the most conservative, our biodiversity, whatever, a lie again. Which is this biodiversity whose identity we don't know, and we are talking about it. If I ask you how many different germplasms of different species of trees that are in this country, and micro, do you even know? But we are here saying, we are the most biodiverse. It's not even true. Tropical, climate is not only unique to Africa. It cuts across if you look other parts of it. So let's stop this madness, because it's a narrative created to slow us down in technology, and it has happened. What I am saying is we must accept innovation. The fact that it is new does not mean it is bad. It is just different. It's not bad, it's just different. Look at this gentleman. This innovation won't survive in my village because the hair is superstitiously guarded. But if you look at it, this guy is not spending on the hair, on the cap, and there's a lot of sun and everything. He's innovative, but it won't pass. Our culture, hey, you are touching the hair. The hair is close to the head, and the head has ATGC. You can die. My friend, we are jokers as a continent. We must wake up. And because of that, look at how we look at new technologies. When we see new technologies, we are like, are you sure? Who is funding? This country is getting money from China and many other places. Have we become Chinese? That now when I'm doing research that is funded from whatever, it is now a big deal. We must open a decent discussion. And it is so bad that some of us walk like this. If you meet the technologies around in this city, you would think that you are fighting. And I'm like, this is a small technology. There are many others. We don't need to kill each other on this matter. This is how we sleep because of GMO. Very scared. Are you sure we are safe? This guy is sleeping. Are you sure he's safe? Because of the fear of GMO. He is going to cut himself. And this is why I'm saying, please, please, there are a lot of falsehood that we must run away from. And the aunties were good enough. They were faster. Because the aunties will tell you that that is the shadow of this man. And if you are not careful because you are not deep in the science, you would think it is true. And this is what they have done to us over the years. So we must go and start unpacking. When somebody comes and tells you that when you eat GMOs, you will look like this. Truly, 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 truly. Do you know, and there are people here who know, do you know the number of genes you must play around with to get this phenotype? But also, if you look at it, is it really bad? This guy can actually pluck for you mangoes up there, if you look at it anyway. But that's not my story. I am saying, these are falsehood. AI is doing it, and it is so sad. That you eat GMO, you become this. We have been eating maize when you are eating maize, and I was watching you taking breakfast, do you remove the DNA? Do you know you have been eating them with the ATGC, these things I'm talking about here? Have you woken up with leaves because you ate the ATGC that came from the beans? Listen, this science is here. And if you are here, do you know people in this room, if you are here and you still think that we have a GMO chicken, please, you are wrong. There is no GMO chicken. In fact, for your information, there is a ban since 2012. There is no any GMO, and any that could be here is contraband. There is no GMO. But you will hear that discussion in this city. This chicken that takes 6 weeks, and they are so big, don't you think these are GMO? And I tell them, 6 weeks, the factor of 6 weeks has nothing to do with the GMO. I tell you right now in the morning, give you 70 pork sausages to eat for breakfast. I might give you 20 layers of cooking oil, organic. Remember, those things are organic. And in the evening, I give you a combination. Within just 1 month, I will see some sizing in different parts because I want to sell you on the basis of weight. That does not mean that your child will be obese or that size because we have not touched your genes. So, it's a lie. That anything that is big is GMO. Please. Size, there are things that are not like, and they tell you that, the scientists, this is how they are injecting things in the lab. Let me tell you, if this method is true, you will be eating maize and ugali, and you wake up with horns because you ate beef. This is not how GMO is done. It is conservative, and it is so sad that we are not seeing this. And finally, this is the biggest. This is actually the paper that led to this ban you are seeing taken us 13 years now because of the Seralini pepper. This is the pepper. And do you know how it happened? These rats you are seeing here, the guy was feeding them on GM maize and also, and also water and also glyphosate and all that. So, but the idea here is these rats were already test models, and therefore if you actually feed them, even if you will still get this. But this is what was captured, and sometimes I think these are narratives that are created for Africans to run away. That time we were so fast on this technology. It was created to scare the entire, because Africans have been studied and we are known. So all the countries moved in, Russia, ban. Then quietly within a month or two later they left. So Africa has been left with these pictures for the subsequent 13 years. We are in court, and we told you, because of this. So what am I suggesting? Please, Africans, let's be strategic. Let's see the beauty of technologies. You know, this lady was asked by the husband, how are you people doing at home? And because there was no food, she went and picked a photo, in front of a fridge, said, hi, we are fine. But she has communicated, dude, look at our fridge. So this way, the husband will send money. She had an option of telling her husband, you are there, you're leaving us here, we are not whatever, look at our fridge. No. Look at the smile, look at the emptiness. I can tell you money flew. There was money here. That is strategy. Be careful on what is useful to us. And what I'm also saying, there are solutions. And those solutions are homegrown. And the eminent persons that are going to sit here shortly do these things. They are far much better than myself. And when they come, please ask them these questions. They will answer all of them. What we need to do, we have to figure out our capacity. We must believe in ourselves. We must believe on the scientists that these guys have been trained well and are able to deal with this thing. And we can choose to stay where we are. We can choose to stay where we are because we are fishing. We can sometimes, and please read those words down there, sometimes patience is not the option. Changing the direction is what you need. This guy can sit there all he wants. He only needs to move that hook the next side, and we are good to go. So, this GMO that scares you so much, also if you reverse it and you understand it, it also means, oh my God, the lack that is in this technology is huge. And we need to appreciate that. But as always, what do you guess I'm going to say next? You see, we are thinking very hard. There is a case and there is a note. Anyway, think again. On that note, I rest my case. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. To beginning my coffee. Prof, I'll request you just remain on stage quickly. I know you are to rush out because you have other engagement, but I'll quickly call up the panel for the first session so that we have an engagement. But so far, so good. Look at your neighbor and look whether they have any features of a DNA taking, GMO taking person, Maybe an extra white smile, that could be appealing. So, without further ado, let me call up our panelists. And I'd like to invite Dr. Martin Mwirigi from Calro. Let's also have David Nzioka from CGA. Let's also have Dr. Joyce Ngure from the State Department for Research and Innovation. Please come up. And to moderate this particular session, please welcome Professor Joel Ochieng. Tafadhali. Asante sana. Do you have all the representation? Asante. Yes, and I know earlier on we had not seen Dr. Kiplimo. Is Daktari here with us? Dr. Kiplimo, are you here with us? That was a representation from CEC Caucus. Is the chair, but he's not around. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Richard, it is 9:45. I'll give you, let me see, because you're supposed to do this till 10:15. So is it okay if I give you till 10:30, hard stop? Please, yeah? Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This morning, we are happy to have a panel of persons who are directly associated with biotechnology in Kenya and in the region. But first, I want to, I see my old friends who have walked this journey for a long time. Professor Miriam Kinyua, thank you very much for being here. We've worked very closely. Professor Wilson Songa, thank you very much, sir. And many other colleagues who have walked this journey. I'm sure you'll have an opportunity to make some comments. We have Cereal Growers Association that is actually the people who deploy the technology that we're discussing here. We have the government, that is the ministry, through the State Department of Research and Innovation. And we have the research centers, we call them NAS, the National Agricultural Research Institutions. And we have the universities doing research and teaching. And so the farmer, represented by CGA membership. So I think first we want to see, we are talking about biotechnology, and the first clarification I need to make is that we are discussing biotechnology in the whole spectrum. We're discussing technologies that are traditional, such as conventional breeding, tissue culture, genetic engineering, and the whole spectrum of what we call biotechnology. We are not just discussing GMO. We're even discussing a technology that Professor Miriam Kinyua has led for many years before she moved to higher levels, mutation breeding and the others. So, as a farmer, we want to hear from you. We are aware that the country sometimes faces challenges, especially the farms, of, say, crop pests that ravage up to nearly 60% of your farms, especially for cereals such as maize. So, from your standpoint, and among your farming constituency, if there is a ravaging of crops by the pests, or crops that just die because of poor rainfall, because you are depending on rain-fed agriculture, what does this mean to your commercial outlook, if you are planting to sell, or your family, if you're planting for domestic use, especially for small-scale farmers? What would this mean to you if this happens?
Okay, thank you. I'm David Nzioka, a farmer from Machakos County. Yes, thank you for the question. As a farmer, we face some challenges on the armyworms, for fall armyworms and droughts due to climate change. The moment the rains delays all the armyworms destroys our crops, we have some challenges, like we depend on maize, beans, and other crops. And when the rain comes short, it comes to our challenge, so that we may have, as if we have to take meal twice per day. We come to take once. Again, it comes to challenge as if we are taking a loan to go to farm, and the loan owner need our money. So we start selling what we have, e.g. like cows, goats, chicks, because we want to maintain our livelihood. So, due to climate change and armyworms, we have so fairly big challenge, as we know. Again, in that situation, we find in our children, we lack school fees because we depend on selling our crops. We depend on farming. So, due to lack of rains or pests, armyworms, we fall in everything. We have our challenges on those two things, fall armyworms and rain. Okay.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. So the farmer is saying that there are incidences where the fall armyworm and other challenges really limit their farming enterprise. And because many take loans, the only thing they have to see is auctioneers walking away with their household properties, causing embarrassment and devastation, and children dropping out of school. Because there was a promise that the farming could yield for them and could give them profits. But due to climate change and resultant incidences of pests and drought, their children will not go to school and they will lose their properties. Now, there are scientists who have been listening to this, listening to what the farmer is saying, of the challenges that is facing the farms. He's just giving an example of what actually happens in the countryside. The small-scale farmers, the large-scale farmers are facing similar problems. Even myself, when I walk around during our research field trips, we see every field has some kind of pesticide, some companies advertising, farmers spraying, and all that. So we want to find out from the scientists. Let's start with Professor Richard Oduor. Do we have homegrown solutions to the problems that the farmer is describing, such as the pest, ravaging of crops, and the drought? And are those technologies made in Kenya, or are they foreign, as many people might have proposed? And if they're made in Kenya, what exactly are they? So, thank you.
Well, thank you, moderator. How I wish that other colleagues talked before me so that I get their brain, because I've just talked a lot more, but all the same, I'm here. When you talk about pests, you just know that those pests are also just running, they're also hustling for food. And because they're hustling for food, it's just so sad that the same food they're hustling for is the same maize that you also want for your cows and ourselves. So we are in competition. Just like when you have malaria, that plasmodium is also just hustling to live. But when it's in your body, you have malaria. So we have to deal with it. So you must choose whether you want to accommodate biodiversity of plasmodium in your body, even with malaria, or you figure out how to get the drug to fix that, kill it. Now, pests are interesting. Those pests, they are things that they also fear that kill them. If we are comfortable with picking Fancida, for instance, when you have malaria, swallow it, it goes into your stomach, it is digested, it goes into your liver, passes that barrier, goes into your blood, and start looking for this. And it identifies just that plasmodium. It's also a cell, just like the cells that are in the pests. If you're comfortable with that, then we have a solution. And in this country, there is BT proteins, the cryoproteins. And of course, Prof. Martin and the team will talk about it. You see, those pests, the cryoproteins, are proteins that are already existing, and different bacteria produce different shades of them. And they are unique to particular insects, like the fall armyworm, like the stemboras. They are proteins that are produced, they stick at the neck, or what I call the gut of those stemboras. When they stick there, because that's where the receptors are, first of all, why there? Because that area is alkaline. And because of that, that is what creates the cleavage to bring it to activity. So what am I trying to say? That as we are talking, and you will hear people saying BT maize, very bad, BT cotton, whatever. The BT is not biotechnology. BT is not biotechnology. It's Bacillus thuringiensis. It's just a name of a bacteria that is already existing on the soil that produces this protein that luckily can kill exclusively this set of insects. Easy. So the easiest way to get to do that is to go to that bacteria, select it, take it into the lab, let it produce that particular BT, then you pick it and you spray so that it kills that particular insect. That is another way. But that is that will mean it will kill. You will have to have the spraying, and it brings other cost implications. So what the molecular biologists did, they said, this bacteria, what section of ATGC is responsible for this protein that kills this pest? So that is what they went in, scanned the bacteria, they identified those set of ATGC, picked it nicely, placed it into the genome
of now maize, so that maize also naturally just produces that, so that it runs. It's more or less like we are vaccinating maize. You know, so that in its lifetime, it is also running within the blood of maize. In plants, we call them sap. Why is this better than spraying? First of all, if you are spraying, then you are, the insects, the pesticides that you are using right now, when you are spraying, you are killing everything else. You are killing a mosquito that has no business eating blood of maize. That mosquito is just doing a nature walk, just doing exercise. But you are killing it because you are spraying. That locust that is just enjoying itself is food for the birds, but you are killing it because you are spraying. So spraying is broad spectrum. It's not helping us. And whatever you have left down there, when it rains, it is sipped into our water, we start drinking with all those pesticides. So we come and say, look guys, all we want to protect is maize. Let's pick the gene, the ATGC, place it into the maize, and then that ATGC produces that protein so that even that stem borer, when it is just passing because it wants to climb the stems of maize for exercise and has not bothered to eat, it will leave because it has not eaten your maize. So that is the precision we are talking about here. This is already in the country. There's BT maize, there's BT cotton, they're already available. So all we are saying, let's talk this science in a basic way that everybody else understands. Exists in Cambridge, in Calro, it is in KU, it is in ISIPE. All these technologies are available, and my fellow experts will explain further.
Thank you, Professor. Now we have heard that a technology exists that can solve the problem that the farmer described. We have technologies that can deal with the crop pests, such as BT maize, the one that has been developed to withstand the ravaging effects of the crop pest because it controls the level to which the pest can feed on it. Now, that technology exists in Kenya, and we know that if it is BT, therefore that is a genetically modified version of maize, and therefore we will hear from the regulator later. But first, I would want to talk to Dr. Martin Mwirigi, who is the director of Biotechnology Institute at CALRO, Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, because most of these technologies are tested within the confines of CALRO plots and farms. And I would want to find out whether this technology is already in the farm and whether those seeds that are being described are valuable to the farmer so that we can begin conversing knowing that something is already there. Dr. Martin, if you can be brief, thank you.
Thank you and good morning. I'm glad that we are having this session. I'm very happy for the Cereal Growers Association for actually putting up this forum. I wish we have had so many of these because these are the stakeholder engagement that probably would have turned direction, the one that you were given by Dr. Mugira, where we lost it. But the good thing is, the science we are discussing, like it was highlighted, is not new. As at 1990s, actually Carol was already doing it, but at that time our name was Kari. And the issue of regulations came just in 2000 onwards, after signing of the Cartagena Protocol. That does not mean science was not going on, because there were projects in Kari that time in the 90s, actually late 80s and 90s, and there were just projects. But in 96, it was turned into a research program. And in 1997, 98 there, a center specific for research was established, the one now in Kabete. But interestingly, even during the ban, is when actually the center was even lifted higher to be a research institute. And that is why, interestingly, Professor was saying, we are building capacity on one side, and we are killing the aspect of taking the product to the farmer. So we are investing, and now we have a research institute that is basically focusing on all biotech aspects. And if I can give you just a glimpse of what is happening, because like it was said, if you want a very organic, you have to go to the wild. Actually, most of the product we are going to be releasing, the one you eat on a daily basis, all of them will be modified. Either through what we call the genetic modification, what Professor was explaining, and genetic modification is where you can borrow a gene from one organism and transfer it to another. It's like borrowing a window from one house and taking it to another. The function does not change. It remains the same window, but now doing a function in another house. Or you can modify a specific aspect of the same organism, what we call genome editing, and therefore you are not transferring genes. But what you are doing is just creating either a barrier or enhancing. It's like if you know the thief comes through the window, what do? You put a burglar. You enhance the locking system, isn't it? You haven't changed much about the house. So if you understand how the virus enters the organism, you just close the door. Because once you remove the receptor or you change how it enters, chances are now it will not be able to recognize, and the crop or the animal will exist without the challenge. Let me just give you now examples of crops that have been modified. We have the maize that has been modified through genetic transfer of a gene from a bacteria now to the maize. And that is what we call the BT maize. BT is from Bacillus thuringiensis, where the bacteria comes from. And in that case, the maize is able to be resistant to the stem borer and the fall armyworm, which our farmer actually explained. And we have been able to take, through our partnership with Bayer, AATF, and Calro, we have been able now to register some varieties through our ministry, that is Ministry of Agriculture. So actually they were registered this year, and farmers were expected to have been growing the maize in the first season. Unfortunately, our clever citizens decided to go to court. So what we have done, we have varieties that we were ready to give this year, but now, because of the court case, we can't give. You can imagine now the farmer is suffering. The fall armyworm, the stem borer are feasting just because we have gone to court. Then we have the cassava, where we have the cassava brown streak disease. When you plant your cassava, what happens is it gets infected with the viruses. And after 1 year, when you're coming to harvest, everything is rotten. So we have a GM cassava that has gone through what we call the National Performance Trial. Currently, what we are waiting is to see that it gets registered so that we can be able to give the farmers. The other product is the potato. We have a GM potato that has been designed to take care of what we call the late blight disease. The late blight disease is where it's a fungal infection. I'm sure you have heard that people who are coming from colder areas who grow the potato. They wake up in the morning and they say somebody has burnt their crop. That is not burning, it's a fungal infection. We have a GM crop that we are currently working on. We're expecting to do what you call the National Performance Trial so that next year, God willing, if the cases are out, then we can be able to take to the farmer. Probably the last two, there are quite many, because like I said, most of your diet will be genetically modified. Even the wheat, we have the stem rust, and we have a project coming in that will be genetically modified. So you'll have wheat, you'll have maize, bananas. We have what we call a blight disease for bananas. And this is where we are working on genome editing to take care of the virus that does the infection. Rice, the same. We are doing genome editing to take care of some of the diseases. And I can give an array of what we are working on, quite a whole list. So in other words, the future is all your foods most likely will be coming out from a biotech-derived product. So just be ready. Fasten your seatbelt. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Now we have learned that there are so many food crops that are already modified through genetic engineering that are ready to be deployed to the farms, and some which are already actually deployed, such as BT cotton. And we have maize that has undergone all the processes required, including national performance trial, and the deployment is just halted by a court case. And we have the cassava, potato, rice, banana, and many other products. Now, we have with us the Directorate of Research and Innovation, and we want to find out, just very briefly, what policies can we put in place to ensure that farmers get these products? I know you don't represent counties, and agricultural extension is now devolved, but the policy remained at the national level. So just because that policy is the one that drives the downward trend of products, what policies do you think we should put in place, or we already have, that can ensure that farmers get access? Because we can have very good technologies, we have products, but the accessibility may be an issue. So we just want to hear from you, what can we put in place to ensure that farmers such as him and his constituency get access to these modern, profitable seeds?
Okay, thanks a lot. It is actually a very interesting process. And for me, I think the problem we have is the court case. So sometimes it may not even be the policy. The problem is actually the awareness and the people, the acceptance. And people should understand that what they call GMO is old-time breeding. Only that breeding used to take 25 years. And you find that our grandmothers used to select the best crop. So if we had drought, the one that actually did not die is selected. But this used to be a very tedious process. But now the new technologies are actually shortening the process. So we need to get awareness from it, because I don't think we have a policy that actually refuses this. And coming from where I come from, this is science, research, and innovation. Ours is to push technologies. And we are very sad when technologies are not being adopted by farmers, because CalRO has so many. And even our universities, they're working very hard. And there are so many of these crops which can actually help. And we are saying we are not food secure. So what we need to do is actually create awareness. Tell people that when your grandmother used to select, it was still the same process. When you select something that was not killed by that armyworm, it is still selection. It is still breeding. When you select the biggest seed, it is still selection. You're selecting the best gene. Only that you didn't know you are selecting a gene. The ATGC, that is what actually happens. So what is happening is that with technology, we are shortening the process from 25 years to a very short time on a petri dish, but the difference is the same. So all I can say is a lot of awareness, a lot of demystifying, and we need to teach all our researchers science communication. How do we scientifically communicate what we are doing in our laboratories? How do we shorten the gap between the farmer so that they understand what we are doing is not rocket science. It is what that we do each and every day. So sometimes we can do very good policies to absorb this, because I don't think we have a policy that stops the uptake of technology. The only difference is we need to create awareness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, the farmer or the farmer representative now has heard that we have technologies that can alleviate your farm mishappenings. You have BT maize, for example, that can deal with the pest, crop pest damage. And that BT maize, Professor, if he had time, he would have elaborated. That gene has been embedded within a drought-tolerant variety. So that particular maize will also withstand drought. It can grow in areas with lower rainfall and also deal with the issue of the pest. And you have heard from CalRO that these technologies are available and that the seeds are only stopped by court case, and that the policies at the national level and hopefully at the county levels, I've seen county assembly Hansard that are championing for their farmers getting profitability. through modern technology, including ASEAN countries such as Isiolo in 2024. They put a bill for soil testing, for using modern technology in agriculture and all that kind of thing. So now that you know all this, what can you tell your farmers? Assuming that a seed is available that can withstand crop pests, that can grow in lower rainfall areas, and that can solve many of the problems that you face, what would you tell your farmers?
Okay, what I can tell farmers is if there is a seed that can help us as a farmers, we are ready and can take the seeds to farms. Because let I say, as farmers, we have suffered a lot due to those two things, armyworms and climate. As if there is a seed that can assist a farmer, they are ready and can plant those seeds. And if there is a reader who can be, is the one who delaying the seeds, all the whatever else, I can say the farmers we are suffering. They can release it, and we are ready for them, because we have lost a lot. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, to reroute ourselves back onto time, I will give the panelists 2 minutes each to make very specific statements to the policy makers and lawmakers on what needs to be done, because this is, as we said, this is not about signing MOUs and papers and signing policies and passing laws through parliament. The government must make deliberate effort to ensure farmers get access to these technologies and to the products that have been developed through these technologies. And just to reiterate again, we are talking about biotechnology. We are not just talking about GMO. We are talking about seeds enhanced through many of the technologies available. Banana seeds enhanced through tissue culture, enhanced through genetic modification, enhanced through conventional breeding or selective breeding, where you are selecting for, deliberately selecting for superior traits over generations, through double haploid technology, which Martin is aware of, for wheat. So we are talking about all these technologies being available to the farmer, and the government making deliberate efforts to ensure that the farmers have access, and by access here I mean affordability and availability, because it has to be available and it has to be affordable, either through public-private partnership or through removal of non-trade barriers. Because if CGA wants to, for example, import something that we are going to use in developing better seeds, and they're stuck because of non-tariff barriers, that is nothing involving money, but just some administrative roadblock, what do you say to the policymakers and to the lawmakers, maybe even to the presidency, but I think the presidency is very supportive of these technologies, so that the technocrats, let's start with the farmer, what would you tell the lawmakers and the policymakers to do to ensure that you get these technologies down to the farm? Because we've been talking for a long time. It is time to harvest. Thank you. Just take 2 minutes, describe what you want them to do, very specific, because policymakers want very specifics to do so that you get these technologies to the farm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What I can say to the leaders, all the departments who are concerned, is that we have seen a lot of other departments like CGA who are on the ground assisting us as a farmer, and they have tried what they can. Let them work with them as farmers to get these seeds. Those can assist us, because we have played a lot on us, but some of those natural calamities are falling us. So they can assist us to get those seeds and work with those other departments like CGA, so that as farmers we can be assisted. Thank you.
As for me, coming from the science, research, and innovation, what I would say is that farmers have accepted Katumani. Katumani has helped people in the dry lands. Katumani was produced by technology, only that it was not termed or tagged GMO, but it was a technology. We accepted the tissue culture banana. It is still a technology, but it was not tagged GMO. And it has helped food production. When we look at the hybrid seeds, everyone goes like, which one do you plant? 614, 615, and it has been helping us over the years. And all these have come from our research institutions, our researchers. So why are we tagging GMO and giving it a tag that is a bit confused? I think it is that understanding that we are just shortening the time. We are just making breeding easier. And if we had accepted this, we can also accept a drought-resistant crop, disease-resistant crop, pest-resistant crop, all the hybrids that we have. And true to it, if we don't accept them, we will get food aid. Who said the food aid is not GMO? So I think once we do a lot of sensitization, ours as the State Department for Research and Innovation, what we are actually working on right now is a financing master plan whereby we are financing the commercialization of all these technologies, all these crops, so that we can be able to help the farmers. So please, farmers, allow us to help you. We are ready. And if you allow us to help you, please look at what you have already accepted. The bananas, the tissue culture ones, Katumani, and also look at these other crops, the resistant crops, how they are going to help you. And right now, we don't have a lot of rain. What if we had a drought-resistant crop? We are actually going to be feeding Kenya, and we are going to be food secure. Why do you want aid? Who said the aid is not GMO? And who said GMO is bad? I think we need more awareness. We need to actually enlighten everybody from the political arena to each and every person, to the farmer, as a farmer who is sitting here. If we can have those sensitizations slowly and demystify, put it as simply as possible. Maybe the researchers are having a lot of scientific jargon, and that's why we are not communicating. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me continue now with the jargon, because I think that's where probably we don't communicate. But in essence, I think our government has done well in terms of pronouncing itself, in terms of support for biotechnology, because of our policy, our legal framework, and I think even the president himself coming out to do his pronouncement. The main challenge has been basically support in terms of finance, but the government recently, I think the president also said that 2% might be coming to research, because what you might not know, we get 0.00 something. Even we can't do mathematics in terms of the percentage actually we get. You can't even, it's shaming even as a country, probably even to speak about it. Because when you look at the kind of budget we have and how much we give research, actually you can't even comprehend. Whereas research is the one supposed to be driving the economies. If you want to have a knowledge-driven economy and you are not actually investing in it, then there is nothing you are doing. You are only doing a talk, but nothing will happen. So for me, my prayer would be we actually actualize some of these statements, and especially looking at even our Vision 2030. Because actually it says inside that document, biotechnology is taken as an enabler. But you see, interestingly, Vision 2030 is accomplished through what we call the medium-term plans. But we have never managed to put biotech in that medium-term plan. So we have a document which says what we are supposed to do, but when it comes to implementation, we are not doing it. So it becomes a talk show, whereas the farmer is suffering. We have solutions. Some are coming from ourselves, yes, scientists within Kenya, but also there's a lot that is going out there, which we need to bring in. We can't say that technology that is out there is bad. We need to do a lot of adaptation so that we complement whatever that is coming from here. The solutions we offer are not solving everything, but is more of requiring a multifaceted approach to deal with the farmer's problem. Because the farmer is facing so many issues that are more of an ecosystem in nature, from availability of seed to understanding their soil, to understanding how they will access the market, how will they manage their produce. So it's an array of things. So what we are doing is, as a country, we are having very good documents. Actually, we don't lack any document, you ask me. But what we are lacking is actual implementation. And also deciding to take care of our farmers. When you look at other countries, when it comes to extension, they have significantly invested. When you look at this country, the way it was designed before to take care of farmers, we are what we call the farmer training centers. Just now walk through the counties and see where those farmer training centers, what they became of. Some have been made universities, others have other things to do with government training, what not. Actually, we are actually saying the farmer, you have no hope. There is nowhere you are going in terms of your training. And if you have an ignorant farmer, what are you going to get? So there is something that we need to do inherently in the country, just to see that 50 million, we can feed 50 million in one season. Because that's a population in Asia. Tokyo is more than 50 million. So how can we not feed a city? We have a whole country. So it has to rethink. We have more than you have in terms of resource. It's just that we are not sitting down actually to see how we actualize. Having things written is different from putting them into practice. One training I did in China, and the professor, at that time we were talking even about on aquaculture, and I remember he kept on saying, fish does not grow in books. Even if you learn about it, if you don't do it, nothing will happen. So for me as a country, what we are lacking is implementation of what we say. We just need to follow the script, and I think this country will prosper. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Joel. I think for me, I would do it differently. I would be a bit rough if I had the opportunity to be at the helm of this country and deal with this problem once and for all. You know, in this country, you can successfully, scare your child to go to bed, that go to sleep or I give you GMO. You know, that is how stigmatized this term GMO has become, without the knowledge of what it is. And it is what Africans have done over the years, delaying to take up new technologies, and then they realize, they wake up when it is already stale, and it has moved to the next thing. Do you know, when the rest of the world were using coal to generate energy and electricity, coal, C-O-A-L, that is what the rest of the world industrialized themselves using that. Africa was in existence. But that time we were actually promoting, women for marriage who can go to the forest and get the best firewood, because that was the source of fuel that time. We wasted that time. Right now, we have a lot of coal in this country, but we can't use it. Technology has left us, period, gone. Green revolution, Prof. Kenywa here, Wilson, you're big names in this world. Norman Borlaug, when he started this green revolution in 1945, mechanization, improved seeds, irrigation, and all those things. The rest of the world went, it saved Asia and whatever. It is now that the green revolution has reached my county called Siaya. I've seen my governor Orengo has a few tractors that are now plowing around. It is when it has reached from 1945. The green revolution has reached now in Siaya County. But do you know, they have used all that through. We were here and we were also very busy doing other things. Do you know there is another caveat now? Right now, there is a caveat called carbon footprint or carbon credit. Before you export your things to the EU, they ask you, how much of the carbon footprint is this. For 85 years, who has been asking the rest of the world about this? It is time for Africa. And you can't blame them because we are the professionals in delayed uptake of technologies. This thing we are talking about, and I said it here, the GMO, the first one, 1994, 31 years of eating GMOs, 15, 20 years of making it, 51, 20 years of technology, 71. The technology of GMO is 71 years old. It is stale. And that is why you are hearing the current one you are hearing, because we have moved to something we are calling genome editing and synthetic biology. This one, actually soon, we will be here telling you we don't want it too, as scientists. Have we benefited from it? No. I'm seeing a lot of excitement right now about AI. This artificial insemination, how we used to call it, until it became artificial intelligence. There is a problem. And Africans must wake up very quickly, and even every time there is a new technology, we must quickly, as academies of sciences or responsible state departments, figure out how to name the new technologies that favor us. When this GMO was coming up, there were already technologies like the breeding. There was no any reason why this GMO was not supposed to be called advanced breeding. But what did they do? They came up, because we want to publish in Nature, so we come up with terms that must be reflective of a Nature paper. And what do we say? Genetically modified organism. If you say that to an African who is very conservative, genes, modified organism, no, we are not picking it. Then the genome editing is here, and I'm like, and I was in a forum the other day saying, please, why couldn't we have said even classical or modern? Now we are saying editing. When an African hears it is genome editing, meaning the way we edit, literature. This is a very bad thing. The way we are naming our technologies in the West, it is working because they don't have residual fear of new technology. It is affecting Africans. And how do we do it? Any new technologies must quickly get a buffer in Africa. How will I do this? If I was a government, I will pick politicians, bring them to this hall, lock them. I will go and pick the faith-based people, because they are the ones who think that this technology is competing with God. Lock them here. Then I will go and bring scientists in the universities and tell them, we have paid you, trained you up to this level. Lock them in a table. Then I go to industry and tell industry, why are you making noise here and you are also not investing here? And if we give you this technology, will you pick it? Yes. Throw them in here. Then I go out there and now look for the anti-technology. Then lock them here. After that, I give them enough food and aeration and pure oxygen for them to think. And I tell them, please leave out of that room with a solution. What is the solution I'm looking for? I'm asking the faith-based people that this ATGC that you keep thinking that human beings are manipulated, who created them? Is it God? Really, have you read Genesis about dominance and how man should have dominance over creation and use them for food and whatever? Take them that direction, and I have those scriptures. Then I ask politicians, please, when you want to look for votes, it is fine. But please don't go there with saying that when you eat GMO because you are not happy with that system, you will have breasts. I will remind them that breast enhancement, it's called BBL currently for those who are in this space. It's a very expensive thing, and recently I heard it takes 1.8 million. If truly GMO allows farming of the breasts, you cannot afford it. It will be sold in chemists, not even in food, because it's now a drug with labels. So I will tell them to stop that madness, and then go to scientists and tell them, please focus. Then we discuss, so that any offending thing is discussed, and at the end of it all, when we come out, we will have addressed the problem of the aunties and asking them, what is your solution? Just say it as it is. We get that. At the end of it all, we come out with statements like, please strengthen our regulations. Please make sure that we can still do organic farming, which we like, again, alongside this, fine. How do we do it? A, B, C, D. Please charge people, when you have your flock, tell them that it's not very prestigious to die out of hunger just because you've been eating, GMO drugs, and then you're fine. Then the science, all these things, lock them, then push as a government, and we will be good to go. Good morning.
Thank you, Prof. Now, we have heard from the developers, the farmers, the policy holders. And what's coming out is, first of all, the farmers are crying. They're faced with problems out in the farm of pests, of drought, and other challenges. Challenges that now we know have solutions. The scientists have developed solutions for those, to surmount those challenges, better crops that can withstand the crop pest, that can grow under low rainfall areas, and that can have higher yields. And many of them are available now. Cotton is already in the farms. Maize is in the farm, but there's a stoppage due to a court case. We have cassava that just underwent national performance trial the other day, and many others that Calro has already enumerated. And then the farmer says, and the representative of the farmer say they are very ready. They are waiting for seeds, in fact. These superior seeds, they're waiting for them. So if they're waiting for seeds, and the seeds are already here, what's the problem then? The problem is, how do we circumvent litigations, court cases? What are we lacking in those cases that create or motivate court cases? We need to bring all stakeholders on board, that's one. And then we have policies already in place, as indicated. And they have been speaking to policymakers and lawmakers or parliamentarians. Do we need to strengthen the national biosafety regulator in a way that it goes beyond reproach, in a way that is not easy to challenge? Because one of the things they bring to court, as Roy Mugira would tell you, they talk about NBA is weak and all manner of things. Maybe because they are not aware what's happening. And we are hearing that awareness is one of the problems we have, that we have to work on. Mr. Kyoko, you have heard that. Awareness is a problem. It's part of, actually the larger part of the problem, 50% or more. Now, the government needs to make these technologies and the products of those technologies available and affordable so that farmers can reap the benefits. Otherwise, there will just be technologies in the labs or at trial stage, then it stops there, which is not going to be beneficial. And money is being spent on it. You've seen the government already doing several things that show that they would be intending to get farm benefits out of technologies, such as giving some part of Garano Kulalu to Bayer, Crop Science, and other stakeholders a few days ago, showing you that the government itself is willing. But what then is lacking? I think somebody, when the next session comes, we will hear what exactly is the problem. What is lacking? Because scientists, we have developed the technology, we have deployed it to the farm to demonstrate, it proves it's working. Tissue culture banana is already on sale. It has helped the country for the last 20 years. Florence Rombugu is not here, but she was one of the people who championed tissue culture banana. The breeding technologies that Professor Kinyo has developed are already in the farm. The only ones that seem to have some little problem are the genetically modified ones, but they've already been proven out in the farm. They're working, cotton is working, maize is working, but now there's a court case. So maybe the next session will highlight what we need to do and how we need to do it, because you have a seed here, the farmer has his ball waiting for that seed. The government is saying you can take it, no problem. But then the court is saying, no, wait. We have to hear from somebody who is not even a farmer first, before the farmer can carry the seed away. So that can be discussed in the next policy roundtable to highlight what we need to do. Thank you very much, and I thank my panelists, Professor Richard Duar, who chairs the Kenya University Biotech Consortium, Martin Murigi, the director of Biotechnology Institute at Calro, the farm representative, and the Ministry Directorate of Research and Innovation. You can just introduce yourself once more. I think people aren't.
My name is Dr. Joyce Ngure from the State Department from Science, Research and Innovation. We were actually at the Ministry of Education. The State Department just moved to the Prime Cabinet Secretary in the last executive order, but we are still addressing all science, research, and innovation issues, and we are here to champion innovation, commercialization of all the technology-developed products, including all the seeds, regardless of what technology is labeled. Thank you.
Thank you. You can hear that the State Department for Innovation and Research has been moved to the Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. That tells you that the government is serious about reaping the benefits of technology. So we just need to allow a little push to see what can be done. Thank you very much, and I think we're on time, I hope.
A little bit beyond.
So I hand over back to the MC.
But thank you very much. Let us appreciate Professor Joel Acheng. I'll request the team to just stand up, smile nicely, come closer. We have a group photo for this particular session. Look nice, well fed, so that people stop suspecting, oh, those guys didn't even eat anything. Look at the camera, smile. Nice, nice, nice. Now, while you're still there, I'd request all of us, let us be on our feet, please. I want us to take a group photo, because sometimes you guys thought you were the only ones taking photos. No, it doesn't work like that. So let me have, please, sir, if you may just come. The rest of us also come on the stage. We want to have a general photo for all of us before we take a tea break, and thereafter we will have a very interesting session after this. So everyone in the room, kindly just come forward. Asanteni sana, let's come forward. I want us to have a general photo, so that if at all you're to leave early, like I know Prof is leaving a little bit early, he'll have one for the books. But so far, a wonderful session that we've had right there. Asanteni sana. The seniors will take stage. Photographer, unapanga watu aje? Aya, everyone go behind. All right. Asante sana. Chini, you want them down? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, let's come down. Beautiful. Let's support each other. If your friend, let's have the rest of us at the back. Okay. Asante sana. Beautiful. Hapo katikati. is on media and public perception. Now, I am a media practitioner. Apart from doing, conference moderating and emceeing, I also am a journalist. And today, I'd like to tell you that this is a safe space, okay? Some of you have been holding this in. Today, I give you a space to express yourself. Sometimes you read something and you're wondering, nani aliandika hii? Hii information ilitoka wapi? Now, you see some of the headlines that we've had. For example, Ruto turns to GMOs in face of food crisis. And you understand when anything with that tag GMO, public perception-wise, people just shut down, okay? So that is one. Look at this, GMO case dismissed. There is also GMOs, be careful what you teach the future generation. So essentially the way GMO has been covered. And I'll move a little bit away from GMOs because it's just a subset of what we call biotech. I'd like us to tackle on biotechnology. And as media practitioners, as farmers in this room, and as policy makers, the world is run by stories. It's run by narratives. And if we are not able to leverage on the narratives, then we'll be fighting a losing battle, public perception-wise. You might be correct because biotech is very important, but we need to tell this story so that Mwananchi gets it the right way. So this will be an open forum, an open session, and I'll go around the room. I want us to engage. For starters, the big question is, taking, for example, that particular headline, is there anything wrong with that headline, or is there anything right with that headline from your point of view? With more than 4 million Kenyans on the brink of starvation, the cabinet decided that lifting the ban, increasing irrigation, and diversifying crops will be the long-term solution to perpetual problem. And today, we're discussing about biotech as a solution-oriented tool that can help us solve this issue of food insecurity in the country. So, is this the right headline? Could it be framed differently? Anyone who would like to go first? This is an open session. Can we frame our narratives better when it comes to coverage of biotechnology as the media? Okay, we'll start here.
I would reframe it and say, government roots for improved seeds or improved crops in the face of food crisis or to solve food crisis. Because the word itself makes it look like an animal and does not pass the message. The message is the improvement. So that message of improvement is lacking there. It is instead giving a message of some animal called GMO.
That's interesting. So you'll focus on the change, the improvement. So you feel GMO is an animal and it's... But also, as media, one of the things that sells is the headline, okay? And when you're creating a headline, you want something punchy that will make people stop wherever they are on their tracks and say, by the way, what are these guys saying? So when you place GMO on the headline, in many ways, it will garner attention because already of the public perception that we have on matters GMO. So the big question is, from where we sit, still I'll open it up. Is that headline right, wrong? Could it be done better, or is it the best? Let me ask this gentleman. Sir, how are you doing? This headline, what do you think about it?
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Ruto turns to GMOs in the face of food crisis. As I've said, the media are looking at the headings that would attract attention from the general public. So in that perspective, the president was right, being a politician. Personally, I'm a regulator. I would not go for that. I know later in the session I will be in the panel.
That's quite interesting. And when you talk about, look at that figure, 4 million Kenyans are on the brink of starvation, okay? You, of course, to make in smaller font, you know, that is secondary. The headline is, oh, we are changing, okay. The headline, kama mkulima mdogo unafikiriaje about this? Kama mkulima mdogo unafikiriaje about this headline? Is it something that is pro you? Is it anti you? Do you think you're part of this conversation? Ukiona headline kama hiyo.
Kama mkulima.
Okay, let us just switch it on. Is it on?
Yes, kama mkulima nikiona.
Okay.
Yes, mimi kama mkulima nikiona GMO, mahali saa hii nimefikishwa na ukulima, at least GMO naona ndio inaweza tusaidia. Cause kama tukikuja kwa climate change venye tumeathirika na wadudu, it is only on a GMO that can assist us as a farmer. Again, tangu GMO itajwe, nimeona kama sisi wakulima tumeachwa katikati kwa mapigano ya serikali na watu wengine, na sisi wakulima ndio tunaumia. So we can tunaweza sema hii kitu tukiletewa ya mahindi, at least inaweza tusaidia kama wakulima.
Okay. Now, unaona hapo GMO, since we know the perception of GMO for us as a country, if we replace that GMO with something close to, let's use biotechnology, is one of the big words. You know, Kenyans, we don't love big words on the headlines. Let's just say Ruto turns to technology in the face of food crisis. Do you think that will give the headline a softer landing in terms of its perception? When you don't say GMO, you just say the president has turned to technology, and now people start asking, I mean, what do you mean technology and food security? What does technology have to do with food security? Do you think that will give a different perception, especially for the readers, compared to this when we use specifically GMOs? Any text? Any text? Sir, I see you are agreeing to this. Why do you agree to it?
I think I agree to this in the sense that if he refers to technology, then GMO would just be one of them. We can use tissue culture, for example, the breeding that Prof here utilizes. So there are others, and GMO is just one of them. And as we all know, we go for because GM technology is also expensive. We go for it as the last resort. Yeah, because it's not cheap also. And of course, it also addresses very specific constraints. And that's why it is very appropriate. So I think if we were to use technology, I think that would be spot on, because it would cover all available technology to address the food, the food insecurity. And of course, having it from the president, it also implies that the cabinet, we are talking about the cabinet also is embracing use of technology. So I think that gives a lot of encouragement that all is not lost, that we are able to solve the problem.
Because you say that GMO will be one of the technologies and sort of very complex. First of all, the element of biotechnology. Now, under biotechnology, we have the GMOs, we have the tissue culture. Do you think that lack of awareness is a huge contributor to shining such headlines of saying that, hey, GMO, our president anataka kutulisha GMO? Yeah, and you know the cases out there, the stories out there about health concerns, for example. These are public perceptions, which they are holding very strongly. So question is, where do we begin? Especially as a media, because media for us, we want you to read. And what makes you read is something that is will attract and catch your attention first. And that's where I think sometimes we pay the price, yeah? Because sometimes you can find a very nice headline, which can sound of course, from a scientist's perspective, they will be like, what do you mean? Then you go read and you realize, by the way, this could be something that is good for me. But how? How now we go to the drawing board and start telling this story differently? Do we have an opportunity, especially from the scientific community? Do we have scientists here? Do you have scientists here? Sir, the way media has covered the whole issue of biotechnology, from your perspective, ukisoma, look at the articles, stories, what does media need to do differently? And how can you contribute to that as a scientist to make sure that we are properly covering this issue of biotechnology?
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Francis Mwatuni, working with the AGRA. I lead a seed systems program there. I think the first thing that I will say is that there should be efforts towards demystifying GMO. In my village, even locals, they call it GMO. GMO. They just label it any word. And if you ask them what is GMO, they will say, oh, it is anything. The way you have just mentioned about saying a technology, an improvement towards maybe quality or yield, but towards using a particular technology. That should be the first one. Secondly, you cannot win that war without the leadership and the politicians. If that particular headline actually said, the way you rightly put, Ruto turns to technology in fact, already it has softened the issue of GMO. And GMO is even slightly better. The word engineering was even worse. Because to do with engineering is like you are really crafting something, using some funny technology to craft something that is really difficult and dangerous. So the first thing, as I've said, let me not repeat myself, is to actually have a softer word and try to explain the technology now that even we have got what we call scientific writers who are actually journalists, but they are grounded in science. They can be able to piece it out, break it out very well, and the science world, scientists can also help them to give that information crisp and clear. That's what I can say for now.
Asante sana. And speaking about science journalists, we have a gentleman who's written extensively and even consulted on matters to do with how to communicate better. Patterson, you'll introduce yourself and tell us why first of all we hold the negative perception and how we move from GMO to at least we start with biotechnology and build from there public perception-wise, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Patterson Siema. I run a communications company called Kosi Communication, and I also teach at the Gakan School of Media and Communication. And specifically, I look at issues of public participation, but science communication is one of the most critical aspects. We support the African Academy of Sciences all over Africa to help the scientists tell their stories to the world, because we realize that is where the biggest challenge of development can be. Scientists have the ability to move this continent to the next level. However, the biggest challenge is how then do you tell scientific stories in a way that people can actually understand. And I think biotechnology, then GMO becomes one of the most critical. If I look at the heading, for example, I say Ruto turns GMO into the face on food crisis. Of course, there's a reason as to why that happened. That headline is supposed to grab attention, is supposed to drive controversy, and is supposed to help the newspaper sell. And that's the business of the newspaper. So for us as scientists, and also people in biotechnology, we need to understand that it's important to understand how we can work with the media and other scientists to be able to address the challenges that we face. And I can give, most of us are Kenyans, so I can give an example of, if you flash back 15 years ago, most newspapers did not have a section on business. And at that time, I was consulting in the private sector, and most of my clients were business-oriented clients, and we needed to find a way, how do we get journalists to write stories about business and enterprise? And one thing that we did was first to develop a business club called BMDI, that is since Diet Business Media Development Institute, to every Tuesday sit with journalists and train them and teach them on what are the issues in business that they need to write about. This led to the pullout that we see every Tuesday, because now we had a crop of journalists that we could trust that could actually write about business. Then it also spinned over to the Business Daily, and of course we have now more journalists writing about business and specialization. So the media is not specialized for science, and it will take a lot of effort for other scientists and people in biotechnology to train journalists and teach them to actually write about issues of technology in a way that they can actually be understood by the masses. But beyond that, we also need to entice the media to be able to write about this. One example is, if you look at, we wanted to get journalists to write about development. And we did not know how to get them to write more stories about development. And when I talk about development, we wanted to do things about environment, food security, poverty reduction, and gender equality and women's empowerment. And what we did is that we worked with the Media Council and pushed the annual Journalism of the Year, AJEA Awards, specifically alongside those lines, and we invested in money for 3 years. What they did is that it actually pushed journalists to start trying to win the award. But how the award? You win the award by writing, by producing a documentary, and then making entries, and then we will get a criteria that will judge the journalist on how to, so that they can win. Over time, we have seen an increase in terms of the number of articles that are non-political and non-sports that are actually specific on the development issues, because the journalists are actually trying to win the awards, but in the process, they're doing very good stories. So what I'm saying is that it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of strategy, and it takes a lot of investment. So we can, and I like this forum because it's a very good forum, and it helps us start thinking about what are the opportunities, how can we engage with the media, but also we need to also sensitize the emerging form of communication. One of the biggest misinformation and disinformation is on digital media. And for now, as long as you can actually write or post up a tweet or write an Instagram post, these are very critical people because they actually teach, write, and people start to believe them because they have the time and they have the dedication to do it. However, the problem with misinformation is that if it is told to you many, many times, you start thinking it's the truth. So we need to be able to actually understand that we have to work with all the stakeholders in the media landscape so that we can actually be able to turn the tide and avoid such kind of headlines. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. That is quite a detailed response, and I'm glad that you've mentioned the issue of working and training. Because, I mean, the current age and time, sometimes you find that actual scientists have an opportunity to practice media in the media space. That saves a lot of time, okay? But majority of media practitioners, they're journalists, okay? I went to school to study how to write proper stories, how to source for stories. Now that additional empowerment of saying I'm gonna teach you how to properly, these are the stories under the science category, these are the areas that we're looking, these are how you can, these are the elements that we can focus on. It really helps. It really helps the industry to tell better stories. In the meantime, even as we think about that, we have a video. I'd like us to focus on the screens, wherever we are. We have a video on how biotechnology story. This is from the BBC, if I'm not wrong. Let's just observe in the next few minutes, then we'll pick it up from there, please. Let's roll.
Farmer Samuel Kyoko is worried that his livelihood could be undermined by the government's sudden embrace of genetically modified crops. With more than 4 million people facing acute food shortages after the worst drought in 4 decades hit the country, President William Ruto's new government in October lifted a decade-old ban on cultivation and imports of GMO maize. Ruto said the move was necessary to boost crop yields and ensure food security. A smallholders farmers group has filed a lawsuit against the government to have the decision overturned. Organic farmers like Kyoko say GMO crops pose a threat to what he calls the sustainable tradition of recycling seeds, leaving maize growers dependent on big foreign companies that own the patents to GMO seeds. Kyoko added that GMO maize would force smallholders like him to carve up precious land to create isolation zones to shield indigenous seed varieties.
We have to avoid the contamination. Then it means that we'll have to have that isolation distance. The isolation distance from the BT maize to our indigenous maize, which is about almost 100 meters. Farmers cannot afford that because land is also scarce.
Kenya's National Biosafety Authority says they have been confirming genetic safety for every crop. Chief Executive Roy Magira touted the success of the technology in the country's cotton sector, where production had collapsed, but was now reviving after the government allowed GMO varieties in 2019. Daniel Magandu is one such beneficiary. He points to rows of weeks-old lush cotton seedlings as evidence that GMO seeds are superior to conventional varieties, which are shorter, less lush, and are being attacked by aphids.
When I planted this cotton, it has not even taken a month, and you can see the size, how it has grown so quick.
The maize farmers remain skeptical. The director at the Farmers Associate, Kipkori Menjo, said before turning to GMO, subsidies for farmers should be considered first.
About the different texts. And as a media practitioner, I'll tell you, we always try to get both sides of the story, as you've rightly said. The maize farmer is like, nah, this one, nah, we won't survive. So, in terms of such a story, there is one farmer that is pro, there is another farmer that is anti. Do you think that is the way? Because that is the standard storytelling most of the times. We give you the scenarios. Most of the times we don't make the decision for you. To tell you now, moving forward, make sure that you're taking up GMO. That is your role. As journalists, we provide both sides of the story. So in such a situation, do you think that nature of storytelling works to push the biotechnology, agenda forward in a better light, where we are able to get both voices and a well-balanced voice? Or is it time to start telling more stories that maybe lean heavily on the benefits that we're seeing with biotechnology, innovations that we're coming up with? Can I have especially these guys at the back, wametulia sana after coffee. Good to see you. Who is journalist, by the way? Kwanza tuambie, what do you think about that story as a journalist? Is it well balanced? And in terms of this narrative of biotechnology, is there a better way of storytelling as a journalist? Are there areas that we can improve on moving forward? You can introduce yourself, please. You can just stand up.
Good morning. Ronald Will is my name, for KBC Digital, and I'll just be brief. When it comes to biotechnology, Noah, I think the issue that is more central to this is just the truth. Anything else is just, PR and talks, Some of them are, scientific, but at the end of the day, truth is what we are in this profession for, to do. Despite everything, misinformation, ours is the truth. If scientists can avail that fact, then we are good to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wow. The truth. Do you think as scientists you've been a little bit averse with the truth? Like, have you created social distance with the truth? There is a gentleman here. Or do you feel misunderstood as scientists?
Yeah, thank you. You see, that documentary, actually, like it was said, it was like meant to just create a controversy. Because you are highlighting a challenge, but you are not so going to professionals who will give the complete picture. So what the author did, he assumed there is no authority governing that area. There are no scientists who can be able to respond. So sometimes when you see articles like those ones, and nobody came to us, we are like, what should we do? So it is left for us, like, to go and respond to what has been said, which is not the right thing to do. For you to stop the story, to create the suspense and the controversy so that you sell. But in essence, the society, you haven't given the complete story in terms of who is the agency, who are the people in this space, who are the professionals, who should be able to offer the guidance. Yeah. So for me, that's why I'm seeing the story is not complete. And I think that has been the main thing in terms of documentaries relating to biotech. Either they go and look also for somebody who claims to be a scientist. Just because somebody carries a title professor in a university does not mean they know everything. So what they do, and they are here, instead of going to Professor Ochieng, they go and look for somebody else who is in food science or somebody who is very far from agriculture. But he's a scientist, yes, or somebody even in soil. And then they ask the same question. So the person responds in a manner that they are also not very sure. Now it creates another controversy. Even scientists have no idea, or they don't know where this thing is going. So it continues now to be a narrative. So for me, unless we agree that when it comes to biotech, let's get the three sides of it. Three-dimensional. Get from, let's say, those farmers, get from, those who are against in terms of their understanding, and those who are pro, and then ask a regulator or a scientist to explain, so that the story now is complete.
Okay.
Thank you.
Asante sana. So sourcing for experts, very, very important. I'm going to come to you. Professor Kinyua, we introduced each other when you were speaking to strangers, and now we are no longer strangers. You've been at this for quite a while. You've seen the narratives. Talk to me. Is the landscape, when it comes to the way we inform the public on matters to do with biotechnology, is it getting better? What is your observation? What do we need to improve on?
Yeah, thank you, Noah, and good morning, everyone. I think it's getting worse. It's getting worse because the suspicion has even deepened because of the treatment of the subject by the different teams. What is happening is that the scientists, as much as Daktari is complaining that the professors are not asked, or when they are asked the wrong ones, I think even in the science itself, we are not aligned. So now that we are not aligned, if I am asked, I'll give my position. When Daktari is asked, he'll give his position. When Daktari is asked, you people, the media, you, as much as he was saying, you tell the facts, but which are facts? You see, you can say anything truly, but on a tangent. You have the reason, like if I said, this is a cup, I could also say it's a container. If I didn't want it to be understood that it's a cup, I wanted to spoil the story. So you see, the media people might say the truth, but they'll say the truth in their line, in the line that they wanted to send the message. And therefore, biotechnology has become so complex. I remember 2 weeks ago, I was in a meeting and I was talking to generally farmers, and they were like, you mean it's as simple as that? You see, because I put it in their language. But now, when we magnify it as if it is a monster, it becomes difficult. So I would say, now as we speak, it's worse. But all is not lost. We can still straighten things.
Okay.
That's what I would say.
A very hopeful take right there by Prof. Asante Sana. We had a remark there. If we can just keep it a little bit brief, then
yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we have to understand also the media when they're looking for information. The first mistake is ours. The media want timeliness because it becomes stale news if it is tomorrow. So if I tell you I'll respond tomorrow, you go to somebody else. That's one. Two, that's a foreign journalist. They will use simple heuristics to search for people who have done things to do with GMO or biotechnology. There are students who have done surveys, factors affecting GM adoption in Kiambu, factors affecting GM acceptance in Kenya. To them, those are people who are working in GMO. So that's how they land onto the wrong people. They're not going to those who are developing. They're talking about those who are doing surveys about factors affecting. And then the last one is about the clarity of our responses. It is our opportunity to educate the public about certain things, and we lose it all the time because you're focusing on something that you're not even being asked. So for example, this one is an issue of gene flow, is the issue there. Without the ability to do refugia for small-scale farmers, what is the option? The first, before you give the option, I give you the solution that when genes are transferred through gene flow, cross-pollination that is, from one farm to the next, that gene that has been transferred will decay. And when you go back to the agrovet, because for this one, for GM crops, you go back to the agrovet. You don't plant your own seed because it's a hybrid, and it will decay over time. So that's self-regulating solution. And then the last one is the institutions that I would say gag those experts who would want to speak. For example, in some institutions, for academia, we say what we want because we know it, and nobody can stop me from saying what is true. But there are institutions that there is a spokesperson, and even if you approach me and I'm an expert, I would refer you to somebody else. That spokesperson is not necessarily an expert. He holds a rank instead. So that's one of the problems that we encounter. Thank you.
Okay. Very, very important. So that aspect of staying ahead of the curve, I think I'd like us to, I see it's 11:40, I'd like us to wrap this up, but we can't be wrapping up without a way forward, because we are in an environment that is very dynamic also information-wise. Today I can just decide to start tweeting biotech stuff, and after a while people will be like, that guy is becoming an authority. That's where we are right now. Information has been democratized, that power has been democratized. So how do we stay ahead of the curve? And I want to come back to you, sir, because you teach this, you train journalists, you interact with the industry. In terms of now an actionable point moving forward, I know you had mentioned quite a number of solutions, training and whatnot, but we're in a very dynamic environment, social media, digitization. is at the forefront. Now, how do we stay ahead of the curve? Is it a nice time to open accounts for Twitter? For each and every scientist here, they start a live. How do we stay ahead of the curve as we complete?
I think, thank you so much. It's always difficult to know how to stay ahead of the curve because it's a challenge that we all have to engage in. But I give the challenge to scientists and say, for scientists, we have to move into society. And for science to be participated in society, we have to understand what is taking place in society, and we have to invest our time. In my consultancy for scientists, one of the biggest challenges that, and I think when somebody brought it up, the timeliness of sharing the information with the media. Sometimes when a journalist looks for a story and I link them to a particular scientist, it may take time for them to respond. And media want quick turnaround, and the media is actually challenged and pressed for times. The other thing is that we need to invest time to communicate in ways that people understand. I like that we have actually, like Professor mentioned, she spoke in a language that people understood. An example that shows that people actually want to consume information in their own language. Sometimes when we publish information, because we studied in very good English, we also want to publish in English. That, in many cases, doesn't work. I can give you an example. In 2018, I published the Africa Human Development Report by UNDP. And we did an experiment where it used to be published in English, of course, economic issues and all that. And we also produced a Swahili version, a popular version that was Swahili, about 50 pages. The Human Development Report itself is about maybe 200 pages. But the Swahili version, whenever we went to a conference like this, people will leave the English version, they'll pick up the Swahili version. So, and it was not just in Kenya, it went all, even people in Mozambique asked for it, people in Malawi asked for it. So it's a demonstration that we need to understand the languages that people speak and also communicate in our own traditional languages to be able to express this complex matter. The other one is to identify champions among ourselves. Who are the champions? Who is it that if some journalist wants to appear on maybe Spice FM in the morning and talk about biotechnology, who is it that we can recommend? And they can actually become experts, because people tend to now associate you with a particular subject, and that helps us actually be able to communicate much more effective. The other challenge is on to the stakeholders that are interested. We need to dedicate money for communication. Sometimes is the subject that doesn't get the money. However, if you invest money and time, you will have experts that will help you to communicate. And then this must be done over time. Sometimes when you're talking about complex issues like developed biotechnology, science, you can't talk about it for a year or two. You actually have to invest a strategy that goes beyond 10 years. And that's why we see people looking at, for example, the MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals. They're structured over a period of time because we want to get everybody on board, the Sustainable Development Goals as well, and also strategies at country level, that the Vision 2030. They take time. So we need to be consistent, put in money, and also understand the changing ecosystem of media and communication now. That ecosystem is changing so fast. In the past, you will get maybe one journalist becoming an expert, but now every journalist is expected to cover everything. So it's important that we also train and build the capacity of the media to report on such matters. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think that's a nice way of concluding this particular session on media and public perception. And we have to invest our resources, we have to invest our time and availability, okay? When I call you, be kind enough to respond to our phone calls. I know some of us are very busy people, so you always, if I text you today, you'll respond in the next 2 weeks. And I'll have gotten another expert who's not such an expert as you, yeah, but is willing to speak. The issue of champions, very, very important. Because we are always looking for experts on such matters. And I know Professor Oduro was here in the morning. He's one of the guys who's very vocal when it comes to biotechnology, especially GMO. He's not afraid of the conversation. So if you can establish more people who are very good at communicating and making the point out that in a way that is easier for each and every one of us to get it, I think those are the people that you can push forward to champion your narrative. And most importantly, yeah, as my colleagues say there, the truth is what matters. And within the scientific community, people hold different perspectives, and you know, people are seeing it from different points of view, this particular same truth. Others are pro-it, others are anti-it, and they're still the same scientists. So I think it will always be good to have nuance, to be able to sit in tables where people differ with you. That's the way that we move forward and push biotechnology. We have to win them over at the end of the day. All right? So that's been our session. I was the moderator and you guys were the panelists. So Jipigeni Makofi Tafadhali, you've done so well. And also this gentleman has done so well, sir. I really appreciate bringing your experience and your input into this session. We've really benefited from it. All right? So this particular moment, ladies and gentlemen, I see it's 13 minutes to midday. I'd like us to go to our third session, okay? But before we go to our third session, another ask, a simple ask, okay? It's not a very complicated ask. Let's just be on our feet just for a minute, just for a minute, just for a minute, just for a minute, okay? So this one is just to make sure that all of us are still awake. So everyone is on their feet. All right, a simple exercise, okay? I see the gentleman there is also on his feet. Stand on your right leg, stand on your right leg. Just stand, it's fine, it's fine. Slightly, slightly. Okay, put it down. Stand on your left leg. Just stretch a little bit, stretch a little bit, stretch a little bit. Stretch a little bit, okay, okay. I see some of you are not doing anything. You're saying, I'm too mature for this. Okay, I get it, I get it, I get it. So I want us to do a simple exercise. Session, is that okay? I'm told scientists, you guys don't love laughing. You want scientific facts, yeah, in conferences. No, we'll do a little bit of that. So I want you to count from 10, okay? Just count 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay? Are we good in counting? Are we all good with numbers? Okay, very smart people. So this is the exercise. So we have four limbs. We have the hands and the feet. So you're going to count 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The other hand, 10, 9, 4, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then this 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And 10, 9, 7, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So, now I don't want to take us a lot of time. So we'll do 10, then we'll go down to 9, 8, 7, 6 until we reach 0. That won't take long. Are we ready? Are we ready? Ask your neighbor, are you ready? Okay, are we ready? Let's start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8, 7, 6. And you shout 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You are doing in the heart. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, so some of you are waiting for 1, 1, 1, 1. You can have your seats, tafadhali. I think now the blood is flowing better. Are we ready for the last session of the day? And this one we're going to be touching on policy and legal landscape. This session is very, very pertinent, and it will be focusing on adopting approved science to address the food crisis. But even as we talk about adopting, there is the element of the barriers that have been there to adoption of safe biotechnology. And to do a keynote for this session, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Dr. Peter Orange, Assistant Director at the Ministry of Agriculture. Mpigeni makofi hadi afike kwa stage. We can do better. Appreciate him. All right, Dr. Orange, the floor is yours.
Good morning, I think. Is it okay? I think it's still morning. So, like you've heard, my name is Peter Orange. I'm in the Ministry of Agriculture. And allow me to start by recognizing all those that are present here, policy leaders, the scientists, research institutions, private sector actors, development partners. I've also seen the legal practitioners. The media is very well represented here, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm delighted to be here in this very strong forum, and allow me to first give you a story of my journey. Early 2000, I did my bachelor's in horticulture. And in the university, we were the pioneer class. And you can imagine the challenges that come with pioneering. And that time, there were, different programs inside underdogs. Agriculture was starting in that particular institution, and people were considering us as farmers. And then around that time, there was a very heavy discussion on biotechnology. And one time, I remember we did a unit on biotechnology. And one of the subjects was genetic engineering. And so we found that very sophisticated. So to try and also present ourselves as, people in the university, we started calling ourselves genetic engineers. So that now, the other colleagues will look at us now more favorably. And for quite a while, that is how we presented ourselves, as genetic engineers. And of course, we could discuss heavy, terms, and the rest of the people who are doing other courses could not understand, and suddenly they, started looking at us differently. And I liked the perspective that was presented by Dr. Roy when he gave, that history where we've come from. And I think around that time, there was that heavy discussion. And, but towards the late 2000s, that discussion was actually disappearing, and it has now been mixed up so much, and people no longer started talking freely about biotechnology and GMOs. But we want to appreciate that as a country, we are at a defining moment where we face recurring drought, unstable productivity, and food insecurity and malnutrition remains a silent national burden. And this is not just an agricultural challenge, it is a challenge of national and national security, economic resilience, and human dignity. And therefore, I'm happy that this roundtable has actually been convened at a timely moment when we are calling it Science Meets Policy. This is also not only timely, but I think very intentional and well appreciated. And so I think as professionals in our different fields, we need to look at innovation and technology as a strategic solution. And over, globally countries that have adopted improved city technology, digital advisory, they have also adopted drought-tolerant crops, have seen remarkable improvements in terms of yield increments, lower production costs. They have also seen, higher farm incomes and stronger climate resilience. And so this is also something that we don't need to be shy to talk about. And also trying to quote Dr. Roy, as a country, we have made important breakthroughs. For example, there has been approval of policies that are related to biotechnology development. There is ongoing research on, drought-tolerant and nutrient-rich crops. There is also enhanced partnerships with research institutions, universities, and the environment is there. However, we have also had challenges in terms of, how fast we progress in these spaces. The limited public awareness is there. There's also resistance that is driven by misinformation. There is also weak coordination between science, policy, and I think industry. And therefore, our task remains to try and see how can we reform our policy and the legal landscape so that we are able to recognize biotechnology as a key pillar of agricultural transformation. And this actually requires coordinated work from all of us, both the private sector, the seed companies, the county governments, and farm associations. And most importantly, we also need to seek or pursue public trust and social acceptance. We need to agree that science alone cannot feed the nation, but trust will enhance adoption. So we must build transparent communication in how we engage with our stakeholders, the farmers, and also we also need to package ourselves in that we must lead with facts, with of course safety remaining at the starting point. I was in another forum and we were talking about youth empowerment and in their involvement in technology. And one of the things that they were complaining about is access to resources in terms of land and inputs and finances. But there was also another discussion along that line where we were saying the youth do not necessarily need that land in the first place, because if we are talking about agri-food systems, then you need to identify your niche along the value chains. And most of the youth, some of the youth that have been entrusted with land before, they have actually not utilized it properly. And so we were saying that we need to learn the power of influence. How do we influence? And one of the formulas that was suggested is that, one, you need to demonstrate what enterprise are you talking about, yeah? And then show evidence. So if you have the enterprise, that is your business idea, and you back it with evidence, then that will lead to influence. So again, we need to package our message. How do we package our message? Because what is out there probably was received wrongly, and over time, nobody has, tried to seek clear information to change their minds. So why we need to encourage youth participation and innovation is because our country has one of the youngest and most innovative populations in the world, and by empowering them, we will be moving forward towards transforming agriculture from a survival activity into a knowledge economy. And so there is a call for action from all of us, I think, and the government in particular, that the government cannot solve this alone. We need collaborative efforts from all that are concerned, and our future of our agricultural future will not be determined by rainfall, land size, or tradition, but by science, innovation, and sound policy choices. So let's appropriately package and share the deliberations that we have from this meeting so that they are widely shared as for public awareness and also as reminders that there's a direction that we need to move as a country towards addressing food insecurity. So thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Asante sana. Daktari, if you may just remain on stage because you're part of our next panel. Asante sana, Dr. Peter Orangi. Now, on this panel on policy and legal landscape, I'd like to welcome Dr. Josephat Mushiri, Director, Biosafety Research and Compliance at the National Biosafety Authority, to please come on stage. Let's also have Elias Odhiambo, advocate. He's actually a biotechnology law specialist. Let's also have him approach the stage. Elias, thank you very much. And since you already have Dr. Orangi on stage, to moderate this particular session, it's the one and only Dr. Roy Mugira, Senior Manager, Program Development at AITF. So, as the gentlemen talk about policy and legal landscape, right now is 12:01. If we can purpose to finish our conversation at around 12:50, that is the hard stop for our moderator, Dr. Roy, 12:50. I think that is fine. Then we'll proceed. But for now, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Noah, for this session and colleagues. We would like to trace Mr. Mushiri. Somebody should look for one Mr. Mushiri and make him appear here, present him here, because this conversation cannot be complete without the gatekeeper. Remember, he is representing the National Biosafety Authority, the regulator, and we would want to have him on board. As I don't know whether the media people can put some music, what they say, MC, now some music, as we wait for Mr. Mushiri. I saw him, he was here.
Yeah, we are trying to retrieve Dr. Mushiri from his long phone call, I hope. In the meantime, just remember, right after this, we'll have, we talked about the deliberations, a way forward. I think it will be important from all the discussions that we've had today, what is the way forward? So we'll have a wrap-up session, which will be a summary and the key action point moving forward. But for now, Dr. Mushiri, wherever you are, we are praying for you that you be teleported to the stage, because I've been told that without you, we don't have the discussion. But Dr. Is it possible to start with this gentleman? Then
yes,
he'll
please,
catch
because
up.
we have the persons that underlie the policies. I want to start with our legal person, because the PS has just spoken. And I want to ask Elias. I was in court yesterday when the appeal was being heard, rather the presentations were being made. What is the single most difficult part when it comes to overcoming these challenges within the litigation space? Of course, we do not have the benefit of making comments on an ongoing matter in court, but I think you can enlighten us on some of the pertinent issues that are coming out of these conversations around litigation. Elias.
Well, I agree with you. The sub judice rule exempts me from really discussing on merits the cases that are ongoing, but I can issue comments on virtually what are the primary issues that the regulator is going through in all these litigation. Now, first, we all know that there is pronouncement by a court of competent jurisdiction, that is the Environment and Land Court, that Kenya has a robust, comprehensive legal framework that governs biotechnology in Kenya. Now, that pronouncement allowed the regulator to proceed with the processes of cultivation, importation of BT maize, but it didn't say expressly that you should now proceed and do that. But the problem was, in constitutional division, there were cases that had conservatory orders that stopped the regulator from allowing importation, cultivation of GMOs. Now, the single most issues that cuts across all these cases are an attack on the legal framework that governs the biotechnology products in the country. Now, how do they do it? They do it by first looking at the loopholes, the legal gaps that the Biosafety Act has, so that in a way they challenge the constitutionality of that legislation vis-a-vis the Constitution, considering that it was enacted before 2010 Constitution. And then they also do comparative analysis. How do other states or other countries govern or adopt the product? So in the near future, whereas we have gene editing, countries like states are they prefer trade-based processes in approval of GMOs. Our country tends to lean on process-based. Now, what the regulator is going to grapple with in the near future is how best have we adopted the technologies in other countries, and whether we have the architecture to allow the countries with enough sufficient architecture in developing and even approval of GMOs. I think that's the next step that the regulator will be grappling with. Thank you.
Thank you, Wakili. Very clear that we have a robust legal and regulatory framework. It is not Elias saying that, it is one Honorable Justice Oscar Angote, Law of the Environment and Land Court. So, in essence, therefore, we have a framework that is working. Now, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Mushiri. I decided that we should start without you here because we want to hear from you. Now, as a regulator, National Biosafety Authority has checked and checked again, we know the processes, and confirmed that this product is safe. For example, the cassava. But then, we are telling the farmers, you can't have it. You can't grow it. We can't even taste it. What is the matter? Safety put aside. Why can we not go ahead and eat that cassava in public? Mushiri.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Loy. I'm Josephat Mushiri. I work with the National Biosafety Authority. The authority was established way back in 2010. And why it was established, it was basically to offer oversight on the safety of genetically modified organisms. And even before the authority was established, the government of Kenya had, at the global level, ratified the International Treaty on GMOs, which is called the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety. After that, we had the cabinet approving the National Biotechnology Policy in 2006. And lastly, we had the Biosafety Act enacted in 2009. So in terms of the legal policy framework, the government has established institutions, the policy, the regulations to oversight GMOs. Now, when it comes to the approvals that has been done by the NBA so far, the BT cotton was actually approved for commercialization in 2020. It's already with the farmers. The farmers are growing it in more than 20 counties. since 2020. So we have had an experience of GMOs in this country for the last 4 years or so. And this year, the government, the National Biosecurity Authority also approved the BT maize, basically to go to the farmers. But as the Wakili said, we have had some challenges with our judicial systems. The third crop we have approved at the NPA level is what Dr. Roy asked about. We have genetically modified cassava. It was approved by NPA, but after NPA approval, NPA permit is not the final permit to go to the farmer. So NPA approves, NPA assesses the safety of the GMO, of the technology. After that, the applicant proceeds to NEMA. NEMA conducts what we call the environmental impact assessment. After that, the applicant goes to KEFIS. KEFIS does what we call the value for cultivation test or national performance trials. And cassava has gone through those 3 processes. They got the biosafety approval. They went to NEMA. NEMA did the environmental impact assessment. KEFIS recently concluded the national performance trials. So when it comes to cassava, I mean, it's almost at the tail end. Farmers should be able to start appreciating cassava that is resistant to a disease called brown streak disease. But that is still pegged on the outcomes of the court processes. As you know, there's a case in Kisumu, live in court, specifically for BT maize. And there's a case in the Court of Appeal. I think Wakili has talked about it. We had a hearing yesterday, and we expect a ruling early next year. So this cassava, I think something, once the court issues are resolved, in terms of the regulatory, in terms of the safety of these technologies that have been tested, and NP is assuring that the technologies that it has considered and approved are basically safe to be consumed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mushiri. Essentially, we have a mechanism. I have the benefit of knowing what is in there because I came from there. And combined with the regulatory agencies that are provided for in the Biosafety Act, the architecture is complete to assure safety of products that are coming from GM, genetically modified crops and other organisms. So what is coming out is that it is not a safety issue. Mushiri is saying it is safe because he has checked, he has done things that they call substantial equivalence. They have looked at feeding experiments, and the verdict is that this can go to the dining table. Kwa hivyo ni sheria tu, si ndio? So tutakaa njaa kwa sababu sheria imesema hivyo. Anyway, for another day, and I know Elias is here. Dr. Orangi, for the PS, what is your commitment? When I say you're speaking on behalf of the PS and on behalf of the ministry, that by the end of this year, a clear and irreversible path will be in place, allowing farmers to access these life-changing technologies without any further bureaucratic delays. You know, those of you who work in government and in ministries, we call you bureaucrats or technocrats. Sema Bona PS.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. Actually, we know the role of government. The role of government is to act, especially the Minister of Agriculture, acts as a reliable intermediary between, research and the farming community. And so whatever has been developed, technology, and, safe and approved, when we receive it, we are able to take it to the farmers and deliver it in a way that they'll be able to adopt it, because through extension messages. And we understand that, of course, there are government procedures have to be followed, and there are some bureaucracies that, have been put in place. But our commitment as a ministry is that progressively we need to have a clear pathway that will be able to enable the farmers to access the proven technologies without those bureaucratic delays. And also we need to do this through fast-tracking any reforms that are required within the ministry so that the farmers can be able to access the inputs and markets. And also we'll try to sustain the public-private partnerships and enhancing transparency, in our systems so that, whatever is developed is able to reach the farmers, and also to try and reduce the timelines by digitizing, processes, partnering with the counties and the private actors, and so that we're able to scale achievements. And so far, we have profiled our farmers through the KIAMI system so that we are able to reach them with tailored services. And so we consider this urgent and ministry's commitment towards addressing this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very useful facility. The KMIS, the CHAMIS. That is the farmer database.
Yes.
Which allows us to go to the last mile. We are speaking here in Nairobi. I don't know whether we are in Nairobi or Machakos. And we are targeting a person who is the last mile in the farm. And I want to thank the ministry and the PS for championing this so that we can know who are our farmers, where are they, what are they growing, what are their needs. That way, we shall be able to take the technology where they are. We are also farmers. I am a big farmer, but on telephone. So when you see me walk out here that I must take this one, it is my guy in the farm. And when I call, I'm asking, "Mumeweka fertilizer?" And he says yes. But what he doesn't tell you is that the fertilizer was not put in my farm, but in the neighbor's farm. But anyway, fertilizer iliwekwa. So we want to encourage the ministry, that last mile, and working with the Cereal Growers Association, which has also a grassroots presence. I think we will be able to talk to the person who matters most. I want to come back to you, Mushiri, before I come to Akiri, and I want to touch something important. Sorry. Somebody should get me some water. Let me have yours. We've come a long way with this guy, and therefore we can share his glass of water. I'm coming back to you, Mushiri, and I want to touch on one of your core mandates as Biosafety Authority, and that is public education and awareness. And I want to ask you what you are going to do to communicate to the public that the real and immediate in action, not in the science. Yani kukosa kufanya chochote. There is scripture in the Bible where some lepers were standing at the gate of some city which had been destroyed, and their enemies were camping across the field. And these lepers said, if we go to the city, we shall die because of hunger. If we stay here, we shall die. Let us go to the enemy's camp, and maybe, just maybe, the enemy may spare us. And they went to the enemy camp. The story says that God made their footsteps to appear like large sounds, and the enemy fled and left the camp. And so they took the food that was there, and they lived. So, in action, tukikaa hapa, tutakufa. Tukiingia kwa mji, tutakufa. Safadhali tushike technology, if it is to die, si ni kukufa tu. How are you going to communicate this and taking up your role in public education and awareness? Just what?
Okay, thank you very much. You will not die. So I remember one of the comments, one of the cabinet secretary made that remark. Why not go into this venture? Because ultimately we'll go up there. But one of the mandate the NBA has is what we call promotion of public awareness and education on biosafety matters. It was a mandate that was given to us. It's a mandate that we have implemented, but in a very slow, progressive manner. Largely because of for almost 10 years, we have had a ban on GMOs in this country, and I know most of you may know that. We have had a ban on GMOs. So whenever you are tempted to go to the public, the question we used to get, if the government has banned this technology, who are you to come and tell us this technology is beneficial, it's safe? And one of the milestones that this government did is basically to lift this ban and allow the authority to process applications on a case-by-case basis. Because you can't say you can't have a blanket condemnation of the technology, as it were. I like what one of the Francis talked about, the need to Francis Matuni, the need to demystify this technology. It's not a preserve of the NBA. It needs to be a concerted effort or a joint program for awareness. I remember some time back we had a program called BioAware, whose objective was to promote the technology, as it were, whereas NBA was to do the awareness on the safety aspect. The BioAware program did not go far because of that issues of the ban. The ban has now been lifted. What we have done now that the ban is no longer with us, the biggest challenge now is the court issues, the court cases, and we anticipate this challenge is a temporary block, which anticipate maybe early next year or in the fullness of time next year, those cases should be resolved. We have engaged the Ministry of Agriculture, and the PS guided us to write a proposal, specifically focusing on public awareness, post-lifting of the ban. We have done that concept note already, and the PS has approved. We plan to roll out a massive public awareness in all the 47 counties starting next year. It's a 5-year project, and it will be covering all the 47 counties. So next year, progressively, you will see us on the ground. I know we have had limited engagements. We have had conferences, annual conferences. We have had some limited engagement with the counties. Last week, we sent a team to the coast, and they engaged the counties there. But we plan to have a mass rollout of public awareness on on biosafety. I just want to mention the NBA is a regulator. We are not mandated to promote the technology. It's not our mandate. It's not our mandate to go and tell the farmers, you must plant this or you must plant the other. Our role is you provide the assurance. This technology is safe. And then the farmers are left to make what we call informed decisions. And that's where the other program, the BioAware, was to pick up. Because the BioAware is meant to promote the technology, whereas NBA is to provide the assurance of the safety of the technologies.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mushiri. There is that assurance. Something is coming up that is getting to the counties. That is very big, and we want to echo that. But also to emphasize that NBA cannot do that alone. And that is why we are gathered here. as key stakeholders, because the agenda is big: public education and awareness. I want to pose this question to my panelists to make very brief remarks on this as we move forward. We have a world-class regulatory framework on paper. Of course, not only on paper, we have Mr. Mushiri here, who is representing an institution. It is not only on paper. I don't think that is very polite. We also have it on the ground. Yet, farmers are still waiting. Is this a policy problem, a funding problem, or a political will problem? What is the primary obstacle to immediate implementation, and how do we overcome it today? I start with you, Wakili. What do you see as the primary obstacle to the implementation, and what can we do to overcome that? Council?
Thank you. The immediate obstacle is alive, and that is the courts. Courts are the ones who are becoming a torpedo to have the products available to the market or even to farmers. So how would we address this? In my view, I can only compare it with the days when we were fighting analog to digital migration. I remember there were cases that were filed that ultimately ended up in Supreme Court, and Supreme Court made a final decision that, look, we have to move to digital migration, we have to adopt it. And I think we will have to have these cases flow all the way to Supreme Court. Then finally we have a final pronouncement by Supreme Court acknowledging the position that indeed we have a robust framework that has inbuilt strictures which allows the regulator to ensure that any product coming in, or even the one that is being adopted locally, actually comply with the required standards. So if we get away with all issues attacking the legislation as is by Supreme Court, then I think we shall have cleared all issues with regards to the legislative architecture of NBM. Secondly, the next issue is about attitude. There is massive falsehood about GMOs. I just saw a tweet and I showed it to my people in my table. There's an MP who said this morning that Mwamutende and the new MPs are GMO MPs from State House. So those are our leaders speaking. That new parliamentarians are GMOs, and they should be seen not to be legitimate leaders. So if that is the perception that we have about GMOs at leadership level, what about the citizens who are in the village? So we just need to bank on the public awareness initiatives that a regulator is going to put in place, and do it as much as possible that the regulator is not seen as though he's championing for GMOs, but the regulator must come out clearly the essence of GMOs and why the citizens should embrace GMOs as not alternative, but as food that they eat normally. Because what we have here is that citizens view this thing as an alternative, and it's an alternative that is meant to kill them. That perception should be killed, but it can only be killed by Supreme Court first making a final determination, and then that final determination gives them certain level of security that indeed this is something that is acceptable by people who are learned, and we must just take it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let the courts have their course, flow their course. That is what Wakili is saying. But he's also saying that our perceptions, our mental frame has to be addressed. You have heard that anything that is not real is GMO. So very, very, very apt. P.S., even as our Wakili has pointed to those, what is the real obstacle? You know, cases do not find themselves in court. They have been presented by real people, or people as in law. You can be a person in law, even an organization is a person. So your thoughts around this, PS?
Thank you, Dr. Without repeating what Wakili has said, first, You know, this forum is very important because this very high-level discussion has really done very well in demystifying some of, the theories and myths that surround this biotechnology. And from my point of view as a government officer is that we need to embrace technology so that we are able to feed human population and also secure food security for the future. I was discussing with a colleague over tea, and we were saying, we were looking at the way Professor Udori presented, made his presentation. And what we were laughing at is that we are fighting over a technology that is 70 years old, that is actually becoming obsolete. And we have lost the facts in between. So for me, the key issue here is public awareness, because there's a lot of misinformation out there, but also it points out on how we package our message. How do we package our message so that it's able to reach the people out there in the correct manner? So for me, it's a collective responsibility that even through these deliberations here, we need to package our message. The report from here, how do we package it so that when it goes out there, we are able to reach the people with the correct information. The same way for the media, I did not give my comments on the topic, but the topic that, the title of that article, for me, sounded more of alarmist, because already there is negative perception about GMO. And when it's placed right there in that manner, you see now, it was appearing like a desperate measure, And so people are like, oh, so we are so desperate, we are moving even to, negative ways of trying to address food security. So how we package our message is very important so that the public receives it well, and then we are able now to follow up with the actions. Thank you.
Asante sana, PS. The getting to the people, packaging the message, and the communication agenda that Mushiri has pointed to. Without going back to Mushiri for that, I would like to find out whether these are tools that we can use to create demand so that the farmer who is seated across there can pick up twigs or placards and start moving up Mombasa Road and saying, we want it. And then, I will not ask this to the learned friend here. There is sometimes determinations are made out of public interest, and then we see what happens. But again, Mr. Mushiri, if we do not have these technologies on the ground, you risk being obsolete. And then we shall close the doors at Nakosti building and say NBA is no more. So what do you think we should do? Not only we as panelists here, or you as NBA, but we collectively as the representation here should do to ensure that there is demand for the technology. Josephat?
Oh, okay. Yes, as you have said, the government exists to provide, like for us, we provide the regulatory space for GM. And someone said GM is not the only tool that is available with the farmers already. The farmers have several technologies that they are using. They are using the hybrid seeds. Others are controlling pests using cultural methods. Others are using biological methods. Others are using chemicals. Now, when the GM technology comes, it comes to supplement the existing technologies. It becomes one of the tools that is available to the farmers to choose from. Now, but the product has to go to the market. If you have the regulator is there, there must be uptake of the technology downstream. That demand needs to be created principally by the technology developers, because they are the ones, they have identified the gaps. For example, if it is, you are using the BT technology, for you to use that technology, there must be a gap that you are addressing. So you need to, as you conceptualize those projects, you need to go to the public quite early, so that as you develop, because by the time the GMOs comes to the public, you have spent almost 10 years. You don't want to go to the public with a product and you have not involved them. For us, we will do our work. We will be able to do a science-based assessment of your product. But in terms of creating demand, that would largely depend on how you package your product or your technology with the farmers. But politicians also need to be talked to, because politicians, if they find farmers or consumers asking a certain technology, even when they are enacting laws, they say we are listening to the ground. We are listening to what the ground is saying. So you need to capture, you need to talk to our political leaders, the MCAs, the MPs, the governors. Otherwise, you can develop a project. It has gone through the regulatory processes. Now, at the time of going to the farmers, they are opposed to it. I mean, you have spent so much resources in a technology that is not, and this is not happening to GMOs alone. If you look like the hybrid maize, the hybrid seed maize, farmers there are more than 100 maize varieties released by KEFIS. The ones that are popular with the farmers are very few, less than 30 varieties. And the farmers have really resisted to move for particularly one variety produced by one of the leading seed company called Kenya Seed. They don't want to move from it. Companies have come with better varieties. So we need a comprehensive packaging of information and sensitization of farmers that new technologies are there. They have better yield. You need to do demonstration plots because you can't. Farmers need to see. They need to see before they adopt. So it's not the role of the regulator alone. It is a comprehensive package, and we hope the minister will be able to coordinate the various actors that are involved in the value chain.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Moshiri. It is a comprehensive responsibility. It takes all of us to really make it known and create that demand. Let the farmers also see. One time when we visited the CFT, the Confined Field Trial in Moya for BT cotton, we invited farmers to see. And when they saw, they asked us, where is the seed? They wanted to go and plant. And we struggled to tell them that you can't take this one with you. Bado ijamaliziwa kazi, what, and they couldn't understand what we were talking about. So indeed, I agree with you that we got to get out, all of us. Let us not walk alone. Let us move together towards fulfilling this. I'll now give 1 minute to each of the panelists to just say a parting comment and possibly what we can take home. We start with you, Dr. Orina. Yeah, Oringa. Yes. Please, Dr.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, please. Let us invite the floor, Noah, with your permission. Yes.
Yeah. You know, the PS office, NBA, these offices are very, very powerful. So before they finalize, it's good we have an opportunity to ask some questions. Now, maybe let me start from the point of blaming the courts. I don't know why I feel that is a bit defeatist. It is people who go to the courts. And it is these people who go to the courts that I feel we should address. Those are very difficult people. I can imagine we can also have a forum like this, but not these good people, but the difficult ones. And have them ask questions. All the questions they want. That's the only way of stopping them from going to the courts. By the way, my name is Wilson Songa. I'm representing ASNET, Agriculture Sector Network. Now, the question I wanted to give the PS, you see, as private sector, whatever we do, we are looking at the market. What initiative is there to make sure that that farmer in Oloitoktok who is growing BT maize and exports to Tanzania, that the market will still be there? What I'm trying to allude to is what initiative are we taking to make sure that we harmonize, you know, the market requirements? And maybe we have somebody from Agra here. You know, when is on this technology, so that by the time we are getting to the farmer in Oloitoktok, he knows that even Tanzania is following the guidelines as given by the African Union or something like that. I don't know, on a PS, this is something that we can start thinking about. And of course, NBA, you also have a place, because I remember, was it at Kefis? Kefis at the EAC, they will try to suggest how to harmonize phytosanitary systems in the East African community. And it worked very well, especially in the area of seed. That's why we are so successful in that area. What can NBA do also, so that what is happening in Rwanda is also happening in Kenya here? That harmony would be very good for the market. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Songa. Dr. Oringa, you can make a comment on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Songa, for your input and insight. And I appreciate your comment because that is very timely. And I think as a government and as a ministry, we need to think outside the borders and outside the, you know, the barriers that we have. And there are frameworks in place that are currently being established. Especially now we have the CADIP program that is actually, can we borrow to enhance and standardize these technologies across, and also in terms of enhancing market access. And as part of my parting remarks is that, of course, we appreciate the role of technology in supporting food security. And as a ministry, we are faced with challenges, especially whenever there's rain, there is food, and whenever there's drought, there is no food, and so we're always operating in those cycles. And so we need technology that is going to enhance that supply, that continuous supply, and sustain food security. So irrigation technology that is going to enhance food security is a welcome for us, and we seek to collaborate with all partners that can help us achieve that food security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. PS, Wakili, your 1 or 2 words.
Thank you very much. There's a saying that law follows science, and I would want to beseech the scientists that are here. I believe the scientific research on biotech was not, there was no conservatory orders issued against the research that is ongoing in schools. I would want to beseech scientists that are around, let's continue with innovation, let's continue developing products, even as we fight in court, even as we explore various options of solving those cases. Then the science needs to proceed so that we resolve the issues that farmers are facing, such that ultimately the product gets to the market and the product gets to the farmers who need it most. Otherwise, I hope that in the near future, through harmonization measures and data transfer, as it happens in Europe and even in the United States, Africa will embrace biotechnology, and it will solve most of the issues that affect the small-scale farmers. Thank you.
Good. Continue doing the good work, the scientists, the policymakers. I pick 2 points from what Dr. Song has just presented. One, the power of harmonization. I worked on a document to try to harmonize the policies on biotech for COMESA, and I think those are things we can pick up from. I know there is an initiative within the EAC, and Professor Miriam has been working on the seed harmonization within COMESA, a program called COMSHIP. Not easy discussions, but I think that is where we can go. And also from Songa, it is the people. It is not the court. It is the people. So let us go to the people and make them understand this technology. Your final remarks, Mr. Mushiri.
Yes, also to concur with what Dr. Soka said and what your father elaborated, there's need for that regional harmonization. If you look at the continent, for example, now different countries have approved different GMOs. Like here I've talked about Kenya. Kenya has approved BT cotton. Our neighbors here in Ethiopia, they have approved maize, BT maize. Sudan, they have the BT cotton. Malawi, Lesotho, Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, all those countries have approved different types of GMOs. And there is a need to have a regional harmonization, a regional and a continental framework to facilitate trade. It would be extremely retrogressive, for example, if a country was to approve a technology and it can't access the other market. Because the countries are encouraging regional trade. And as Dr. has said, there are current attempts to have first of all, to have the East Africa community have a harmonized biosafety system for the East African community members. They have even engaged a consultant who is going around the various countries. We hosted them here in Nairobi about 2 months ago. They later went to the other countries. Once that system is established, I think it will come up with a framework of coming up with a harmonized approval system that once a product is approved in one country, it can access the other countries. And that has happened particularly in the seed sector. When it comes to the national performance trials, there's already an existing system that facilitates movement of seed that are approved in one country. It can access the other markets. The same wants to be replicated for biosafety. It's work in progress. We hope the other country, for us we are ready, because for us we have even approved some products that are already in the market. The other countries are still coming on board. A lot of research on GMOs, including Rwanda. Tanzania, they have started the work on genetically modified mosquitoes at the research level. So different countries have embraced the technology in different ways. What is lacking is that regional approach to the regulatory system. And lastly is to assure the public, as NPA, we exist to ensure the safety of humans and the animals as well as the environment. We have already established systems. The systems are there, although they are being challenged in court. But the court, most of the courts have pronounced that the regulatory system that exists for GMOs is robust and adequate. And the remaining cases, in the fullness of time, we'll be able to have them resolved. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Good. Thank you very much. Very encouraging initiatives. We want to put it a comma at that point, and we get back to you, Noah. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana, Dr. Roy Mugira, moderating that session on policy and legal landscape. Gentlemen, if you can just stand up so that we capture this beautiful photo of this panel. Very, very important. You can move forward. You can also congratulate yourselves for the gender balance in this particular session. Yeah, we need more ladies, all right, in these conversations. But thank you very much, gentlemen. Tuwapigeni makofi tena tafadhali. Thank you very much, Dr. Peter Orangi, Dr. Josephat Mushiri, and Elias Odhiambo, and our moderator, Dr. Roy Mugira. Asanteni sana. So that was a rich discussion. And as we come to the tail end of this roundtable, which is actually 9 minutes to 1, we are doing pretty well. I don't know whether the wrap-up team, are you guys almost ready? You need 5 minutes. Okay, so quick reactions. I know we had a question here, but I don't want to lock anyone out. So quick reactions from that particular panel, especially for the legal space. I don't know, either somebody with a commentary that could add to it, or maybe even a question if you have one. I can allow room for 2. Any person that you have a commentary, that's amazing. Asante sana. Prof, you remind me of our index ones, yeah? Always very attentive. So over to you, sir.
Yeah, mine is a comment actually, just two brief ones. One is that we know we have BT cotton in the fields today, and for those who are not aware, because most people in Kenya are not even aware, they think cotton is the only, cloth, nguo. But if you ask the industry, they will tell you that 60% of the products of cotton is for animal and human food. We use it for edible oil, and we use it for making animal feeds, and only about 45% is for apparel, for what we call, for joineries, for making clothes. That's one. So we have been taking it, and we should be comfortable, and we should have no worries. It's cottons are in the field. It's not coming, it's in the field. And people are taking edible oils. So the second one is about there are 2 processes that we go through before we get a final product. There is CFT, confined field trial, which, for example, BT Maize has gone through, and the products of that process are burnt, they're destroyed. Then there is the next one, which is national performance trial in different agroecological zones to prove that the trait so induced actually is superior. It is challenged, it is tested in different areas, and the products of that process are consumed. And so the products of the maize we're talking about were consumed for the 2 seasons. Mushiri might say if that's not true. So we are talking about something that we have even consumed. We should have no problem. We should embrace what's already there, and we should just wait for the verdict of the courts. And as advised, we will engage. One of the people who you are showing us there was my student, CD, Otieno CD, the one who was prominently showing there in the groups that I was posting. He was taking BSc Agriculture, he graduated. He was a bright student. I met him and asked him what the problem is. He said, "Mini kukazi." So let's get it that way. Wakokazi, awagopi.
Okay, Prof here. There is a commentary to her, then we'll come to you. Is that fine? Thank you very much. Asante sana. There you go.
Yeah,
It's on.
is it? Yeah, it is. I think we've had good discussions. My comment is that the biotechnologists need to team up with the other scientists, and it will be easier to believe us, the biotechnologists, if we work with the crop scientists, the nutritionists, the socioeconomists, because those are the ones who send out the message rather than people seeing it as a science. Thank you.
Okay, unity right there. Asante sana, you speak with one voice. Very important.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on what Dr. Senga mentioned about how is AGRA's approach on the technology and how is it working with the African Union to make sure that this technology is embraced in the entire continent. Yeah. So the first thing is, yes, AGRA has not been fully, it was not giving its opinion on the technology. But right now, the technology is moving, and AGRA's position is that if a country has embraced that technology, it supports that country. And that's the position right now. And we are pushing forward to make sure that this technology is embraced by all countries, especially if it's contributing to the national food security, because AGRA works with food security for countries. Now, for African Union, there is a platform actually within the AUC, and I think some of you are aware of it, which is the African Seed Biotechnology Partnerships program or platform. So this is the one which is mandated to carry out the biotechnology-related research in countries, and is the one which actually pushes this technology towards many countries to make sure that if there is any technology out there that is working for countries, then it can be embraced. And right now, I think the chairmanship, sometimes it moves from one institution to another. I think AATF has been appointed to be the chair of that particular platform for this year. And I think there's a lot that can be done. So there are efforts at the AUC level towards popularizing biotechnology in countries, member countries. Thank you.
Okay, Asante. We have the continental perspective right there. Let's come here. Asante sana.
Thank you so much. I think this has been very helpful for me. But also one I'll recommend is that we look at this from a systemic perspective. What are the reasons why the technology is not being adopted? What are the barriers? Who's stopping it and who's benefiting from the technology not being adopted? But also frame it within the continental perspective. We have the Kampala Declaration that aims to grow food security in Africa by 45%. And this is taking into consideration the ballooning population that we are getting, and what happens if we are not able to feed our population. What crisis do we face? Do we want to continue seeing our currency depreciating, being weak because we are importing food from South America, importing from the US? What does that do to the economy, and how does that then affect the livelihood of people on the continent? If we frame it from that perspective, that by not adopting these technologies, we are actually not doing justice to the continent and the people in Africa, then we will see more efforts to actually make sure that we are self-reliant, we are more progressive, and one way of being progressive is actually taking advantage of the technologies. Thank you.
Okay, the cost-benefit analysis of adopting technology. Am I looking anyone out? Farmer. Let's have Farmer Lashley, alafu we have our closing remarks.
Yes, on my side I say this, let biotechnology not be used like a political win. All, like two parties are measuring who have a power than another, while the farmers are suffering. Second, let the media be used to come on the ground, wasikize ground inasemaje kwa mkulima, because it is like they are on the office, but on the ground, things happening in the ground, hawajui ni nini. So, like the CGS does, they are CGS on the ground. Let biotechnology be addressed to the farmers on the ground and capacity build the farmers to know about the situation and what is going on. Will assist us as the farmers. So let the government and the Ministry of Agriculture, journalists, and other departments come up together and assist the farmers. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. So at this particular moment, as you see, it's a special time. When you see the podium has been moved to the center, we have to have a church moment here, okay? So to wrap this up for us, naona watu wana stretch kidogo. That discussion imekuwa moto. So one exercise, then we wrap it up. Is that fine with everyone? Just one exercise. Sawa. So there is this famous song. It is called Fishers of Men. Tell your neighbor, Fishers of Men. So Fishers of Men is a very interesting song. It's about discipleship and whatnot. But the beautiful thing about the song, it has a lot of words that start with the letter M and a lot of words that start with the letter F, okay? And most of the times when you're filling forms, M is for males, F is for female, okay? So when you sing this song, I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men. Too mature people. I will fishers of men if you follow me. If you, okay, usiingie key. Dr. Roy, I know ulikuwa unataka kuingia ile if you fall. Okay. So, this is the exercise. So, when you reach a word that is starting with an M, if you're a male, just you stand up and sit down. For example, I'll use you as an example, sir, okay? So, I will make, okay, I'll have, you want me to sing slower? Okay, I will make you fishers. When we reach F, you stand as a female, okay? If you're a lady in the room. So, I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. Let's not break the chairs, okay? So I want all of us to do that. If you're a lady, you'll stand on F, and if you're a gentleman, you'll stand on M. Are we ready? Yeah, that's why it's important to choose a very comfortable seat. Some of you will be heating after that, you go see the doctor. So, in 3, 2, 1, I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. If you follow me. If you follow me, I will make you fishers of men if you follow. Mujipigie makofi. Now listen your neighbor, do you know where you stand? Anyways, that is enough. So at this particular moment, to give us a summary of what we've had today, and also make us understand what direction are we taking. After all that discussion, what is the way forward? Please help me welcome Mr. Julius Nyabicha from Cereal Growers Association to close it up for us. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali hadi afike. Yes, Mr. Julius is the man of the moment, and he'll be guiding us on the way forward. The floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Yeah, I'm sure we have had a long morning. It's already afternoon. And I want to thank you all for a very attentive and participatory sessions that we have had since morning. This meeting here brings together. It's one of the most inclusive meetings that we've had. We've had representation from the academia, from researchers, we have Carlo here, from the industry, farmers who are represented here, together with farmer representation in terms of organizations like CGA, who are the conveners. We have government, we had invited parliamentarians from the legislative part of the government. We also have development partners, regulators, and the legal fraternity. We had a gentleman here by Elias Ouma, who gave us a perspective from that angle. So I want to take you through. I have highly summarized what has been spoken today since morning. And before I do that, I would want to thank my colleagues that helped me to put this together. I sent the invitations to you, but that was through a committee led by the Cereal Growers Association CEO, Mr. Anthony Kyoko. I have summarized this into 6 points, what we have been talking about since morning. This isn't new. This is what we have talked about over the years. But this time round, the narrative has been, let us stop talking and let us start acting. We've had 3 sessions. We had the introductory session by Mr. Kyoko and Dr. Mugira, which were very insightful. The first point that we take home from here is that Kenya urgently needs to accelerate adoption of scientific and biotechnology solutions. Kenya urgently needs to accelerate adoption of scientific and biotechnology solutions. From our discussion this morning, across all sessions, it was clear that drought, pests, climate shocks, and high production costs cannot be addressed through traditional methods alone. Proven technologies such as BT maize, virus-resistant cassava, late blight-resistant potato are ready but remain stalled by delays and misinformation, leaving farmers vulnerable. Number 2, farmers are ready and willing to embrace improved technologies that reduce losses and increase productivity. We heard through the farmer that is representing the rest of the farmers here, smallholder farmer, that farmers described severe pest damage, economic strain, and climate-related risks. They emphasized readiness to adopt resilient varieties immediately once released. The farmer's reality underscores the urgency of getting technologies out of laboratories and into the field. This was one voice, but it's one voice that carrying close to 6 million farmers, smallholder farmers in this country. Number 3, Kenya has a strong scientific and regulatory capacity, but implementation is hindered by legal, bureaucratic, and political barriers. Today in this room, we have experts. Everybody that spoke from a point of information, from a wealth of knowledge. Whether you want to look at it from the scientific point of view, from the legal framework, from policy, we have the capacity. The biosafety system works, but litigation, slow approvals, fragmented processes, and negative attitudes among leaders delay deployment. Court cases remain the single biggest obstacle to technology rollout, despite evidence of safety. We talked about attitudes, especially by leaders, and we heard about a tweet this morning likening to the newly elected members to GMOs, of course giving it a negative connotation. So this narrative, this attitude needs to change. Number 4, public mistrust, misinformation, and poor media framing undermine technology acceptance. We had a whole session on media. And indeed, if we have to move to the next level, then we have to change our narrative in terms of information dissemination, in terms of attitudes, in terms of scientists dejargonizing their narrative, making the language simple in many languages. So fear-inducing language, such as GMO and sensational headlines, create confusion Media houses lack adequate scientific grounding, resulting in oversimplified or exaggerated stories. Balanced reporting, simple language communication, and the collaboration between media and the scientists are necessary to build this trust. So here, we're talking about partnership between the media, science, and other stakeholders, so that whatever we communicate is simple and can be understood. Number 5, which is very critical, is on partnerships. Nobody can drive the narrative we are talking about single-handedly. And therefore, partnerships, coordinated communication, and capacity building are essential for nationwide uptake. CGA, the government agencies, the research institutions, the private sector, and the media must jointly drive sensitization, farmer education, demonstrations, and the financing models. Community champions, including media champions, county-level outreach, and structured programs will be critical in building long-term public confidence. As we live here today, when we talk about partnerships, we must always put communication at the center. For a long time, we've talked about biotechnology, but communication is lacking. Consistent communication. Sometimes a lie repeated too many times becomes the truth. And the politicians are very good in doing that. They keep on repeating it until it becomes a household narrative. Why not us? And many times, from our discussion today, many scientists are shy to face the camera. So it's high time we started opening up and getting media airtime so that we can be talking about this and keep on repeating it until it sinks. Number 6, we must be ready to strengthen our legal and judicial capacity is crucial as biotechnology litigations increase. Let me repeat this point. This is critical. Strengthening legal and judicial capacity is crucial as biotechnology litigations increase. There are far too many cases I've already mentioned in courts. But who is adjudicating these cases? The judges. How much information, how much knowledge do they have in biotechnology? Probably very little. And therefore, Kenya's legal fraternity needs deeper understanding of biotechnology to legislate and rule accurately on related cases. Introducing biotechnology modules in law schools, offering refresher courses for judges and lawyers, and providing continuous professional training will prevent misinterpretation and ensure evidence-based legal decisions that support innovation rather than hinder it. We had a lawyer seated here. When he was introducing himself, he said, he is a lawyer, yes, but he's also trained in biotechnology. Because this is becoming part and parcel of our lives. Why can't we have this in our training, especially lawyers coming out, understand something on biotechnology? So when there is a case to be determined, it is being determined from people who at least understand what the intrigues of that technology. So I have summarized this into this, and I will definitely put it together and share. I am the one that invited you, Julius Nyabicha, and I'll be using the same channel to share this, and of course the reports coming out of this session. Finally, I think that our next meeting needs to move out of the boardroom. We need to move out of the hotel setting. We need to have these meetings with farmers. We need to see what's happening in the field. We need to have a meeting when a farmer is talking and we're seeing the crop, either a failed crop or a successful farmer that has adopted a technology. So when we invite you next, probably on a field trip, so that we can have this conversation in the field, please avail yourself. And finally, as a committee, we would want to have consistency in terms of the participants to this narrative. If we invite you today and we invite you for the next meeting, please come so that we can be able to connect from our Roundtable 1, Roundtable 2, and Roundtable 3, so that that consistency in communication is there. And that's what we're talking about, consistency in communication, so that the farmers can get to understand this, the policymakers can get to understand this, and all of us can be able to speak with one voice. Thank you so much, and I want to invite my colleague from CGA through the MC, Samuel Osebe, probably to give a vote of thanks through the MC. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Okay. Asante-san. Okay, a word of thanks.
Thank you, Julius. On behalf of CGA, I want to sincerely thank all of you for being patient and finding time to come. As Julius says, he invited you, but he invited you on behalf of CGA. It is CGA that invited you here, and we are happy to host you again. What are the next steps for us? In our social media, the discussion is alive. You check on Cereal Growers Association, social media platforms, LinkedIn, Facebook, X, YouTube, Instagram. The discussion will continue. We'll be able to keep the discussion alive to make sure that our people, our farmers, get the message that they serve. We invited the caucus, the CEC caucus, and they sent apologies. We were supposed to host Dr. Kiprimo, the CEC for Agriculture from Nandi County, who is the secretary, and he didn't get the flight this morning, but he's watching on YouTube and is with us. We invited the chair, National Assembly, the Agriculture Committee, Honorable Mutunga. Again, he's out of the country, quite a number of the people we invited. As we move to the next level, the roundtable discussion 2, as Julius said, we are going to move out of this space, the hotel space, and we want to interact with the farmers. Once again, we are going to send invitations to all of you, and we hope that you will be able to honor the invitation. Finally, I want to ask that the Cereal Growers Association CEO and the board member, Prof. Miriam, Dr. Mushiri from National Biosafety Areas, Odiambo, the advocate, will be able to move to the next room, guided by Moses, for a quick interview. The rest of us, we want to request that as you walk out of this room, you'll be able to pick your meal voucher. The lunch is served at the main restaurant. As we walk on our way out, then we'll be able to reconnect. As Julia says, we'll be able to send you the notes from this meeting, and we hope to see you again. Thank you so much on behalf of CGA, again, for honoring our invitation, and we wish you a blessed and happy afternoon. Asanteni sana.
All right. Asante sana. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Transmits Policy Biotechnology Roundtable. We've come to a conclusion. Let us be on our feet. All right. Beautiful. Is there any volunteer who can do a closing prayer for us? Sorry? Any volunteer who can do a closing prayer for us? And don't pray for your village, I don't know, the nation. Just give thanks for the round table.
Don't do it about the nation. Let's pray. Our dear loving Father, King of Kings, the creator of heaven and earth, we thank and bless your name this afternoon, for you have been good to us, O God. We prayed, O God, that you guide us, you give us counsel as we began on this round table. And Lord, you have taken us through. And Lord, we are giving all glory and thank you, O God, even for the resolutions And for the recommendations of God that are coming from here, oh Father, we pray, oh God, that whatever that has been discussed here, oh Father, that you go ahead of us and open doors and straighten our path. And Lord, even as we go to take our meal, we thank you, Father, for what has been provided, and we take it with thanksgiving. In Jesus' name we pray.
All right, that's it. My name is Nokip Kimboy. It's been a pleasure running the program. God bless you.